meeting have been published on the Council's website in advance. For those joining online, but also for those in the room, this meeting is being live broadcast, and we're also making an audio recording of the meeting, which will be published in due course. In terms of safety, can I just highlight that there are no planned fire drills today, but in the event of a fire alarm, please follow the fire exit signs and head towards the car park, please, where you'll be asked to congregate. If anybody does need assistance, then colleagues from Democratic Services will help you. If we could ask again, just in terms of the size of this room, for councillors within this room, if you wish to speak, please can you raise your hand in the usual fashion. If we could ask as well, particularly today, it may be helpful, and you'll forgive us for asking in this sense, but particularly if councillors may also want to use their nameplate, it does help the front table to be able to clearly see who intends to speak, and that's particularly those councillors who are sitting at the back of the room. When you are invited to speak by the chair, again, if you could use the microphone on the desks in front of you. And then finally, if we could also ask that members and officers please indicate their name and role before speaking, again, just for the benefit of members of the public. A final check in terms of the IT that's supporting this meeting today. If again, I could just remind and ask politely for all present, if possible, can you switch off your mobile phones during this meeting? That's primarily so that it does not create interference with the wireless microphones that are being used. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, if we move into the agenda, item 1 is apologies for absence. Back to you, Scott.
Apologies have been received from councillors Baker, Caswell, Nicola Clark, Fothergill, Govia, Kay, Kenton, Pearce, Potts-Jones, and finally Councillor Wakefield.
Any further? Yes, Mandy.
Thank you very much. Councillor Norman Cavell is in the room, as far as I'm aware, who is down as an apology. And then can we add Lance Dudridge, please, and Phil Howe.
Okay, Barry Clark, I think, at the back. Can you use your microphone, please?
Apologies from Councillor Ham, who is unwell, Chair.
And Mark Healy.
Jill Slocum, of course.
Yes, thanks.
Well,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah, she has got a dispensation, so she's already down. Okay, that concludes that item. Item 2 is the minutes of the previous meeting. Is it your wish that I confirm the accuracy of the minutes of the full council meeting held on the 18th of December? Yes. Okay, Dave Mansell.
Thank you. One addition, please. Councillor Michael Dunk was amongst those present, but doesn't appear to have been listed.
Okay, with that amendment, is everybody happy? Okay, I can't see any dissenters, so I will sign those. Item 3, declarations of interest. I'll hand over to Jill.
Is working?
Yes.
I've not received any declarations of interest other than the ones that are on the council's website, already declared by members, particularly in respect of their membership.
I think that there's no extra ones to be added. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And hopefully everyone has signed the declaration when they came in the door for an item that's on the agenda later on. Okay, if we move on to item 4, which is public question time, we have 8 people wishing to speak this afternoon. Could I say that you have 3 minutes to make your points? But I would also point out that all of the members have received full information on your question. So if you wish to proceed, that would be acceptable. We've got Neil Guild and Michael Duffy from the unions that are first. We've got a time clock at the front just to help you out. Okay.
That's my mistake. Okay. Right, thank you. My name's Neil Guild. I am the chair of the Unison Somerset Local Government and Community Branch, and I'm also the regional convener of Unison. So the question was, Somerset Council staff have endured over a decade of uncertainty, below inflation pay rises and job losses. Somerset Council was created, notionally, in part, to provide greater resilience for local government services in the county. Unison at the time challenged this assertion, noting the limited overlap between district and county council services. Our predictions have been proven right. Its creation has led to years of disruption, with little evidence of any material improvement in the actual services for the public of the county. Instead, it's meant that what were previously district council services and staff have joined the basket of services that have seen their funding consumed to pay for the increased costs in adult social care. As a consequence, council staff, who are residents and voters themselves, have little confidence in councillors to grapple with the challenges facing Somerset. Staff morale is at an all-time low, and many staff regularly express a wish to leave, and I have had that expressed regularly and directly to me. The council routinely struggles to recruit to essential roles due to below market rate pay, and as Somerset is not seen as an attractive proposition by prospective employees. This in turn has led to increased agency and consultancy costs to fill those roles. Unison recognises the council must provide a comprehensive, sustainable plan for the future. However, the current set of cuts and job losses will lead to reduced services for residents and still do not guarantee that Somerset will avoid Section 114 notice in the future. How does the council intend to address these challenges and ensure that funding for all essential services, not just adult social care, is safeguarded long term, while also maintaining a resilient workforce and improving staff morale?
Thank you very much for your question. Theo Butt-Phillips to reply.
Thank you very much. My name is Theo Butt-Phillip. I am the Executive Lead Member for Transformation, Human Resources and Localities. Firstly, Neil, thank you for coming here today, and I would like to thank the trade union colleagues for the question, and indeed for all the work that the unions have done during the recent workforce restructuring programme. The point about council budgets is well made, and we have been vocal about the challenges facing all councils as the cost and demand for core services such as adults and children's social care continue to rise. We've taken a number of decisions locally to protect non-statutory services, but the system is clearly broken on a national level, and the planned reform of social care funding cannot come soon enough, but sadly does not appear to be coming soon enough. Here locally, the Somerset Council Improvement and Transformation Programme must enable the delivery of the Somerset Council Plan 2023 to 2027 and support our medium-term financial strategy. The objective of the programme is to inform service delivery and achieve financial stability over the period of 2025 to 2030. As we implement our council plan, we will invest in our capacity for change and establish robust governance and delivery frameworks to meet the challenges outlined in our medium-term financial strategy. A clear people strategy is essential to underpin the whole council transformation plan, ensuring that the workforce is equipped to meet current and future challenges. A robust people strategy will focus on driving organisational success through workforce planning, skills development, employee engagement, fair and equitable reward, employee performance, and streamlining organisational culture. Our council workforce development plan will help identify and address skills gaps, promote continuous learning and succession planning, and foster a culture of innovation and adaptability. By investing in the development of our staff, our council can enhance service delivery and support staff development and morale. Additionally, a well-defined people development plan ensures that employees are prepared for and can adapt to new processes and technologies. Ultimately, this approach leads to a more resilient and capable workforce, driving the successful implementation of the council's transformation plan.
Thank you, Thea. Our next question comes from David Orr. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Button's gone off. The government has issued this council with a 63 million capitalisation direction. There is no new money. Instead, this council, as a distressed seller in a poor commercial market, is flogging off investment assets, often at a loss, foregoing the income generated whilst retaining debt repayments for decades to come, but with no asset behind the loan. By the end of 2024, Somerset Council has sold properties for 76 million that cost 104 million to buy, a 27 million loss. All of that 76 million has been spent on day-to-day services in 2024-25, while the 104 million debt remains with the taxpayers. Before continuing with this short-term and damaging investment asset disposal policy, will there be a recorded vote at full council? Back in 2008, reckless investment bankers created junk bonds, wrecking economies around the world. Governments, that's taxpayers, had to step in to save the private banks heralding years of austerity, which continue to damage key public services today. From 2010 to 2015, a coalition government of Tories and Lib Dems imposed austerity cuts, falling principally on councils. 31 billion of council funding was cut to just 13 billion. The seeds of your financial emergency were sown back in your own coalition government. Somerset Tories compounded things by freezing council tax for 6 years over 2 elections. That long council tax freeze stopped this council's base budget from rising with inflation, and spending power has been undermined. However, the greatest responsibility for the mess councils are in lies with our entire political class in Westminster. They have all failed to address predictable adult social care pressures for 14 years after Professor Dilnot issued his report. Since 2011, every administration has kicked the can of adult social care reform down the road. Labour has broken their pre-election commitment to a care cap by delaying adult social care reform until 2029. Increasing numbers of local authorities require emergency funds and are effectively bankrupt. The National Audit Office says increasing costs of social care, special education needs provision and temporary housing require a long-term solution from across government. By April 2026, this Labour government needs to take responsibility for their delay to reforming adult social care by providing bridging funding until 2029. We elect national and local administrations to be in charge and to solve problems. Running a unitary council is complex, and without much discretionary funding, can large councils only ever be officer-led? If that is so, why vote locally as nothing changes? We are, in my view, in a crisis of confidence and trust in our democratic politics. Do we stop voting because what's the point? Or do we, like America, vote for a disruptor? And finally, if only this not-so-new council were as good at making efficiency savings as you are in putting up parking charges. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Lation to reply.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Liz Lation. I'm the lead member for Resources, Procurement and Performance. So thank you for your statement, Mr. Orr. I would like to reassure you, if you need reassurance, that full council is required by law to carry out a named vote on the budget. You cover a range of issues in your comment that I will take as rhetorical. On the substantive point about capitalisation directive, you are correct that this is not additional funds for the council. It is permission from government to use our own capital funds, whether income from asset sales or additional borrowing, to subsidise our revenue spend in 2025-26. Appreciate that this is a complex area, but the portfolio of commercial properties that Somerset Council inherited is no longer achieving the rate of financial surplus that was possible at the time of purchase, which was of course pre-COVID and when interest rates were much lower. The council has the option of selling assets and commercial investments or taking out more borrowing. We are working hard to keep our total debt to no more than 10% of our budget, unlike some councils that have much higher percentages. I appreciate very much the timing of the publication of the National Audit Office report last Friday and hope that it can guide the government in taking decisions that will create more sustainable councils, whether they are already unitary or will shortly be undergoing local government reorganisation. And I should just point out, Chair, that the commercial investments are dealt with and decisions are taken at the Executive Subcommittee for Property and Property and Investment Executive Subcommittee. And that met yesterday, and so the minutes will be published. That was a meeting that was held entirely in public. It did not go into closed session yesterday, so those minutes will be published in due course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. Our next speaker is David Priest. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Councillors, good morning. This council has a legal duty to set a balanced budget. You have failed again, 2 years in a row. So where are the actual cost analysis, breakdown of expenditure per department, audited accounts? I cannot access them from these documents that I had in front of me, some 600 pages. So without selling our family silver assets yet again to cover your failures, you again will be in debt over 100 million. This coming financial year, you will sell Bower Farm off Bower Lane in Bridgewater. Some 750 homes coming into the coffers. That is our assets, not yours to sell to balance your misfunding and your misspending. It is Somerset residents' assets. You are guardians of our assets. You are not here to sell off the county silver to fill in your gaps for your expenditure mishaps. With the housing in Bridgewater, in particular, 3 large estates on eastern end of Bridgewater, Bower, no road improvements. On your own figures at Somerset County Council, Somerset County Unitary, it will generate somewhere around 30,000 extra vehicle movements per day from those 3 estates onto Westlands Oiland Road and Bath Road, with no other improvements to the highway. Coming out in front of a junior school, Penrose, coming out in front of our new hospital onto an already clogged road. When are we going to get some money spent in Bridgewater instead of the money spent in Taunton, Yeovil, Wellington? We've always been the 4th on the list in Bridgewater. Your 151 officer last year gave stern warnings as to whether your budget was acceptable, but you passed it regardless of what was said. You took money away from the reserve fund, reduced it. You're going to do again this year. What happens if we have another major catastrophe like the floods that we will surely have in the next 10 years? When we put the hospital in 20 years ago, the new one in Bridgewater, I was on that planning committee. They said then between junction 23 and 24 of the M5, that's Taunton to Puriton, it will be 1 metre underwater by 5 years' time, 2030. So, where are you going to save your money to? You've got proposals to bring in revenue from car parking. Well, Wirral Liscombe have already kicked that out for you. So there's some revenue you're going to have to find from elsewhere, along with every other county, everywhere else. Thank you.
Could you wind up your...
I've wound down.
Okay,
There's no point, sir.
Okay. I'll ask Councillor Lyshan to reply to the questions you put in.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your questions. If I take them in order, 4A, the financial year for 2024-25 closes on the 31st of March 25, so that's the end of this month. And the financial statements will be produced by the deadline of the 30th of June 25, ready for public inspection and auditing by our external auditors. Question B. The Q3 budget monitoring report was published for scrutiny on the 24th of February and for executive on the 26th of February, and showed a revenue forecast underspend of a tiny bit over £20 million, which includes the £6 million corporate contingency. This would mean if it continues to the end of the year, and it may improve, it may not, but this would mean a reduced draw on the medium-term financial plan earmarked reserves, thereby strengthening our position. This is a credit to the staff of the council, and we should congratulate them for this strong performance. Question C, the restructuring of the workforce is underway as we speak, and those who are leaving the council will be doing so over March and April. So I do not recognise the picture your question suggests. And for question D, as I've already responded to Mr. Orr, the council budget resolution is by law a named vote, and it will be this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Next speaker is Rosa Kell. Is she online? No. Okay, we'll pass on then to Nigel Behan.
Thank you. As usual, I'm not going to read it all out because it's all in front of you and you've all read it, I'm sure. And there's a lot of the issues here I don't want to repeat as well because others have already raised them. But there's one point which I put to a 151 officer about 7 years ago, roughly like that, and there's been quite a few since then. And now 30 councils are effectively bankrupt. What would happen if at the same time these 151 officers declared effective bankruptcy, and then the government will probably be forced into adopting a different approach to that of sending in government commissioners? And then a final point, based on agenda item 8, there's a report in paragraph 23, which indicates that no one's read it, or not many people have read it in the room today. And it's in agenda item 8, and it suggests that you've got to act on the information in the report. But no one's seen it. I haven't seen it, and I don't know whether any councillors have. So how can you vote on a budget without reading all the info?
Okay, Liz Lation to reply.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Behan, for your questions. To take your last point first, I think you're referring to the CIPFA review that the government commissioned, and that has not been published because it is for the government to decide when that is published. However, I have absolutely every confidence that our chief executive and our 151 officer know what is contained within that report, that review, and I know that our 151 officer would not be bringing forward a section 25 report this afternoon unless she was satisfied that we are acting on the recommendations that are in the report from the CIPFA review. I still feel sorry for the person from CIPFA who had to listen to 45 minutes of me telling him why council tax doesn't work as a funding mechanism for social care. I think by the end of 45 minutes, he kind of got it. And so I am also looking forward to the publication of that CIPFA report. To return to your other questions and statements, it is only by working differently within the council and with our partners that we will find ways of delivering services while increasing efficiency. The My Life, My Future work has been a fine example of how we can work with adults, And the Homes and Horizons project has ensured that children and young people can stay in Somerset or come back to Somerset as appropriate for their life circumstances. There are many examples of effective transformational work underway in Somerset. We do need an overarching transformation plan that sets the vision and the direction and pulls together all that good work that the officers of Somerset Council are working on, all at different stages. That work can be funded by the flexible use of capital receipts, and in the longer term, I believe that this will serve the people of Somerset. I do not believe that we can take risks. This is on your point about Section 114 notices. Do not believe that we can take risks asking others to work with us in a certain way where others' actions cannot be guaranteed and where the potential impact on Somerset could be much greater than it already is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liz. Next speaker is Keith Bevan.
Thank you. In March 2023, we had a circular. It said quite clearly we had £40 million worth of savings when Somerset Council was born. Within a month, we now had another circular that said that we had £18.5 million savings every year. Yet within a few months, we had another circular. This time it was dated February 2024, that we're now looking into a £100 million budget gap. So can you help us? What went wrong in that very short period of time? It's only 8 months, but can you tell us what were the figures? How did they go wrong?
Thank you. Liz Leishon to reply.
Thank you, Chair. To be a detailed response, this would take some considerable time. So I will give a short response and suggest that Mr. Bevan might like to stay for the entire meeting and hear the whole piece on our budget and council tax setting. But just to say at this stage, if I may, since vesting in April 23, Somerset Council's revenue budget is now in excess of 600 million per year, delivering services to the residents and the businesses of Somerset. The gross budget is in excess of 1 billion, which includes the maintained schools and the capital programme. If you simply consider inflation and the higher interest rates we have now, you can see that whilst the savings predicted on the move from 5 councils to 1 were useful, and I think that is the £18 million figure that Mr. Bevan refers to. However, they were nowhere near adequate to cope with the economic climate that we have endured in this country since 2022. For context, a 5% increase in council tax generates something in the order of 18 million per annum. Inflation has hit over 10% in recent years. And although it has now settled somewhere around 2.5 or 3%, though that will depend on global factors, I have no doubt, we all realise that when inflation reduces, this does not bring prices down. The council has delivered very significant savings since April 23. And as part of our transformational activity, we will need to continue to do so until a new sustainable local government finance settlement is implemented nationally. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Debenham.
Hello to everybody. If you don't know me, I was first a Taunton Deane Borough Councillor in 1973, and I continued for something like 18 years as a Taunton Deane Borough Councillor. I've always kept an active interest in local government. I write letters to the Somerset newspapers every week, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm worried that there's very little resistance from the public as to what's happening to our local government services. I will read my question very quickly. Briefly, in mind of how Somerset Council, especially through its leader Bill Revans and his Liberal Democrat team, and my Green Party councillors, have for a long time now spoken of the existential crisis in local government being caused by being tied to a very out-of-date model regarding its chronic underfunding and relation to the statutory functions, particularly those of adult and children's social care. What new model, if any, has the council campaigned for with the public, the LGA, the government, and elsewhere, and under what remodelling design and plans, especially with regard to, one, the ridiculous, outdated, unfair and regressive council tax and the property bans based on 1991 valuations, with highest to lowest payments being 9-1, replacing the old general rates, which were 25-1. So it was a big gain for the rich people of Somerset. Two, the comprehensive Layfield Royal Commission report of 1979 and its attempts to give primary local authorities much more fundraising powers, particularly using local income and sales taxes, and new functions to make them free from central government domination. Three, new and fair property taxation in relation to site and land values. Four, complete overhaul of present anomalous and burdensome business and commercial rates. And five, introductory banded scale of tax reliefs based upon how environmentally friendly all properties are with regard to the council's climate emergency strategy and policies. So I am worried that if the councillors, final sentence, if the councillors here do not put before us a fixed model that we're campaigning for, we haven't got the public resistance to get things changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. Liz Lyshan to reply.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Debenham, for your very good points on the failings of council tax as a method of funding the needs of residents of this and other council areas. The National Audit Office report, published on the 28th of February, so last week, is informative and will hopefully guide government in the right direction as more councils continue towards the cliff edge. We also acknowledge that businesses are eagerly awaiting reform of business rates, but it will take a very bold government to reform both business rates and council tax at this extremely challenging time. We must not forget that the previous government used up a great deal of the borrowing headroom for this country by unwise decisions during the COVID years, with a small number of businesses and individuals benefiting from public monies that would have been far better directed to local authorities for services such as track and trace and purchase of PPE. I thank you very much for your suggestion of the newsletter published by Professor Richard Murphy. That is much appreciated and I will take a look. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now move on to David Redgewell.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is about the car parking fees. Obviously, we don't have a car parking system that's in line across the Unitary Council of Somerset, which we need to have. Any transport strategy requires a parking policy in order to manage demand for car parks, road space, especially in the urban areas of Taunton, Yeovil, Bridgewater and Frome. But equally, people who don't have access to a car in Somerset are also at the moment paying for some car parks free of charge, but don't actually use those car parks. They may travel by bus, by train, walking or cycling. So we need a policy that's in line with the local transport plan, in line with the council's development plan, but also with a 7% tax increase agreed with UK governments. Then it's a duty on council to raise revenue wherever you can, especially that goes back in sustainable transport. I note from Councillor Wilkins, a lot of the money from parking goes into Taunton Park and Ride bus services. So I just urge with the user groups that we actually have a proper parking policy in Somerset. Now, whether that goes through committees and structures and strategic committees and transport connectivity committees is a matter to take forward. But the idea that we're not having a parking policy in Somerset does look somewhat strange when there's a parking policy in North Somerset, in Bath and North East Somerset, and certainly every car park in those council areas of the county are charged for, and also going to Bristol and Devon and Cornwall. So I'd urge the council to look at that. My second question is about capital and making sure there's enough capital to work on the Wellington railway station with Clumpton, because this is not a cancelled project under Restoring Our Railways as it was. It's actually the project that the government's economic growth in, because both Wellington in Devon and Clumpton, both Wellington in Somerset and Clumpton in Devon, correct myself, are seen as growth towns with economic development, housing, employment and regeneration. And that's exactly what UK government's looking for, and also looking at the sensibility of using the rail link to Minehead. So that's my points for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Richard Wilkins, please.
Thank you, David, for your question, and thank you for your ongoing exemplar work with us in helping promote public transport use in the county. I can confirm that this council took a decision in December 2023 to implement a more financially sustainable model for the provision of park and ride, and reduce the need for subsidy from the council's general budget. We will look for opportunities to draw clear linkages between our public and private transport strategies as we roll out our new local transport plan, which will shortly be available for consultation. And on your other question, the government has currently placed the Wellington and Clumpton rail station projects on hold, pending the outcome of its infrastructure review. Wellington Station remains a highest priority project for the council, and we have been working with local stakeholders, MPs and the Department for Transport to promote continued investment in the scheme, and have been working with local developers to promote the adjacent and residential development and the access road. We have also submitted the Somerset rail business case to the government on behalf of stakeholders promoting that scheme. We will consider in due course what appropriate financial provision is necessary should these schemes progress further. But the business case currently assume that financial support from the council will not be required. I can confirm that the council will continue to fund a contribution to Peninsular Transport Body for the coming financial year. And again, thank you, David, for all your work.
Thank you, Richard. I believe now that we have Rosa Cal online, so I'd like now to go to her for her question.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Chair. Partly my question has already been asked, but I will ask it anyway. I regretfully, I'm in opposition to a lot of the other people. We in Wales already charge Sunday parking, so I understand it really needs to be charged everywhere. It should be part of the modal shift. We want to get single cars off the road and get them onto public transport and buses. But what I would like to ask is, would the council please confirm or somehow implement to make sure that car parking charges are ring fenced to be spent on the bus and bus infrastructure in the communities where it is collected. It is only fair that visitors and tourists pay for some of our infrastructure repairs, and I do actually support the initiative of car park charging as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liz Leishman to reply.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Kell, for your questions and for your comments on Wells, a place I know well and which I visit not often enough, I would say. So thank you for your question. Parking income associated with enforcement activity is regulated by the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, which means that parking income can be applied to eligible expenditure of the council. I'm satisfied that the income created by the on-street parking proposals will be used for transport-related initiatives. Surpluses from off-road parking in car parks can be used for general council expenses once all other car park provision has been satisfied. As an administration, we continue to work on active travel routes in both urban and rural areas of Somerset as a priority, and on public transport as funding allows. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our public speakers that have joined us today. Moving on to item 5, which is Chair's announcements. The visits made by myself and the Vice Chair on page 43 of the agenda. If anyone would like to know any more detail, if they could approach either myself or Lee, we'd be glad to give you more information. Moving on to item 6, which is the Housing Revenue Account Revenue Budget for 25-26, Capital Budget for 25-26 to 29-30, Medium-Term Financial Plan update of the 30-year business plan update, which is a lot to say. I go over to Federica.
Thank you, Chair. I have the pleasure of introducing this budget regarding our housing revenue account today to full council. I'll try and just give a brief overview of all the different items that are in here, and then I have Soraya as the seconder to the paper. So just for everyone's benefit again, as a reminder, it's our tenants' money. It isn't council taxpayers' money. It's made up of the income that we receive from our tenants for living within our home or their homes and our properties. We run it across currently 2 different models, which was inherited from the old Somerset Western Taunton Council, which was an in-house service. And then we've got an arm's length management organisation, so an ALMO, that runs it in what was the old Sedgemoor area in the north. However, the unitary council coming together has given us opportunities, which you will see later on in the paper, around how we can look to tackle the housing crisis that we face in Somerset by acquiring properties, start to do that throughout the county. As I said, the HRA is separate to the general fund. It makes no call on the general fund. However, it is included within our treasury management, but it is that self-financing through rents. We like to ensure that we have the tenant's voice front and centre of what we do, and we've got the 2 different models of listening to our tenants within the north and the west. We've previously seen the rent and fees charges that have been brought forward to our previous full council. So this is around the actual budgets that we put forward to you today. This also had a very good debate at Corporate and Resources Scrutiny last Monday. So with relation to the revenue budget, table 1 within the paper gives the overall view of our revenue. We do know that we have challenges with the increased spending on repairs and maintenance. This is being managed across the 2 different models, and we've got a void action plan. So ultimately that we turn our properties around quicker. That means that we therefore let them to the rentable standard and then receive the rents in a quicker timescale. Just to note, we're not the only ones within the country that face those challenges. As like the general fund, everything is going up in cost. And when we look at our capital programme, so the increase on our repairs and maintenance is happening across the sector. And there was a really good article on that in Inside Housing just last week, because we're all there having to meet our regulatory requirements. The capital programme in itself, that's made up of two elements, our major work and improvements, so improving our properties, putting on new roofs, new windows, everything that makes them a better home for our tenants to live in. And alongside that, our ambition that we want to build more social housing within Somerset so that we can tackle the housing crisis that we face. You've got a detailed breakdown within there of the capital programme that we're looking to do. And like I said in my opening part of my introduction, we are now looking to roll out or acquire properties throughout Somerset, with new properties coming on board within Somerton and Langport detailed. And we've also renamed, thanks to the working with the board of our ULMO, that our Homes in Sedgemoor is now going to be renamed to Homes in Somerset, and also take on the responsibilities of our development team that are looking to build those extra properties across that time period. We then come to our medium-term financial plan and our business plan, and that definitely had a good discussion at corporate and resources scrutiny. We know that there are challenges within the sector. We've detailed those within the business plan, but our Section 151 officer during that meeting did say we have that sustainability over to the medium-term financial plan and not looking to dip into the use of reserves. I'm opening to any questions, but I do want to note that really as a council, we need to really use our MPs and also tackle central government when it comes to social housing. We need support in whether that's being able to build more. They've laid down the mantle at central government level that housing is a priority for them. We now need them to demonstrate that and work with us. We have an ambition that we want to build more homes. We want to be able to house the people that are on our waiting list, and we will only do that if government supports us.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Saria, who is seconding the proposal, if you wish to add.
Nothing to add, but I second.
Okay, thank you. And it's opening it up generally for any questions. Yes, Diego.
Hello. Yeah, great. Thank you, Chair. So the Corporate Peer Challenge report stated that in terms of the 24-25 position in the business plan, the key principle of long-term viability was still not achieved. It stated the need for the council's plan to be underpinned by a long-term funding strategy, which could be assessed to demonstrate that it was sustainable, with resilience measures in place to mitigate potential risk, and that the HRA must operate as a long-term business. The HRA business plan itself admits that after 2930, the HRA does not have the financial capacity to continue the capital investment required. The business plan shows that interest cover is at the bare minimum for the first 5 years and falls to unsustainable levels later in the period, meaning that any increase in borrowing costs or a shortfall in revenue could push the HRA into a difficult position. We are being asked to note a 30-year business plan that acknowledges Hello, right. So we are being asked to note a 30-year business plan that acknowledges it's financially unsustainable in the long term. It also models debt levels that could even rise to 370 million with no headroom for further borrowing. So whilst I recognise that this year the HRA is balanced, the medium term looks not too bad, but the long-term plan is unsustainable. So I support the recommendation as a whole, but at this meeting I register here my concerns with the 30-year business plan.
Fed, do you wish to add anything?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Diego, for your support for the actual paper today. As I mentioned, we do know that there are challenges as we move forward. However, we heard from our Section 151 in Corporate and Resources around the sustainability of the medium-term financial plan. And as I iterated, all organisations are facing challenges with increases in interest. And like I said, we do need central government to step in and show its support around social housing. They need to put their money where their mouth is. And if they want us to be able to provide good quality, decent social housing, which is what we're doing, then we need central government to provide that support. And each year we look to review our 30-year business plan and our MTFP, which is what we are demonstrating here today. And we will continue to keep council updated as we move forward and show the efficiencies that we are making.
Thank you. John.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, sorry about my back, but it's a lot better than my front, I can assure you. So it's just the way the seating is. Just a brief question. We're talking about buying additional homes, which I'm very much in favour of. But how are we paying for these homes? Is this special deals from the Public Works Loans Board, or perhaps from sales from tenants? I know we only get a proportion of that money, but perhaps you could explain the finances of that.
Fed.
So from my point of view, we look at each different purchase in its own merits as to how it makes up the funding. You are right that we do get monies from Right to Buy, and the government has changed that, and each of that will be used differently. I believe I've got Kerry online if you wanted a more detailed answer. If not, I can provide a written one.
Kerry, would you like to provide any more information? No? Okay, well, we can provide more information after the meeting, John, and we'll get it to you. Nick O'Donnell.
Thank you, Chair. Having some background information into the state of our social housing and the need for it and the problems that are associated. I was looking through the report and I couldn't find, I see we have a proposal to increase the amount of housing stock, but I couldn't find anywhere as to what types of houses we're getting. And I do want to, on behalf of those working in our social housing organisation and the department, to really plead that we have more 4-bedroomed houses. I know of several families, even in my area, that are living in awful conditions simply because there just aren't 4-bedroom houses available, and it's one of the biggest shortages we have. And I'm hoping if we can have a good push, please, to generate more and actually to find 4-bedroom houses across the county, so that, you know, when people do need a 4-bedroom house, they're not having to move to a different town and uproot their children and put them into different schools at crucial points in their education. Thank you.
Fed.
Thank you, Nick, for those comments and points. What we can also look to do, whether it's for just you, Nick, is give you an overview of the different properties that we've got. Each of the capital programme and projects that you will see in the paper today, each will have a separate business plan associated with it. So as an example, the North Taunton Woolaway project has gone through in its different phases. We've got the Rainbow Way as an example in Minehead that went through its own kind of process through council, so that councillors, whether that's through community scrutiny, can look to ask questions and understand all of that. When it comes to the different types of houses that we need, we use the housing needs report, and we have to look at the way that each of our property land acquisitions, what we can actually fit there and what is suitable. We are certainly ambitious, but I do recognise that when you look at our housing needs list, which now falls under Councillor Wakefield, that there is a lot of demand and that far outstrips supply.
Thank you very much. Lee Redmond.
Oh, jeepers, that was quick. I only just sat down. I'm getting your attention, Chair. Thank you for that. Just a small point, really, just in line with the recommendations, something that I'm not sure whether it's been missed or not. We're delegating a lot of decision making down to a small handful of people, and I failed to see the inclusion of the word scrutiny in that decision making. So my question is, all of these delegated responsibilities, what scrutiny will there be in relation to those decisions?
Ed?
my understanding is that obviously it will have lead member involvement for scrutiny, so it's not just officer making decision, and it will follow our standard democratic process for making those decisions, or where the key sign-offs happen. I'm always open to coming and visiting community scrutiny and talking about housing, because anything that we can do to raise the profile that we own our own social housing stock, and alongside the fact that we're ambitious to build and to educate and inform people. So if the chairs and vice chairs and people want me there, I'll be there.
Okay, Lee, I know you want to come back, but I don't think you can delegate decision making to scrutiny.
No, but you could be consulted. The chairs.
Yeah, I agree.
If we just to be clear, our decision-making process is quite clear and robust, and it's done us really good over the last few years in the fact that we haven't had a need for call-ins. So my point is, if it can be in consultation with the chair of the appropriate scrutiny prior to that decision, because there may be a need to scrutinise that decision before it's taken.
Okay, I think that's been noted by Fed. So going forward, Mark Healy.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And if I may, I've heard some really fine words here this morning about what we intend to do as a council about affordable homes, call it what you will. What I'd like to ask the Cabinet member, portfolio holder, is the fact, how many houses are we going to buy this year? Because all I've heard so far, with great respect, is what we think we're going to do. What I would like to see personally, I'm sure other colleagues around the table would also appreciate that, is what's our strategy? What's the business plan for the future? How many houses are we going to purchase the next 12 months? Thank you.
Fed.
I haven't got the exact number for the annual period to hand. You will see the properties that we're going to purchase in, I think I want to say table 3 off the top of my head, but I can get an actual exact number for you in writing.
Okay. I can't see any further hands. Oh, yes. Sue Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just a point of clarification, and please do forgive my ignorance on this. But one of the things we ask for from developers, and we have a target of 35% of affordable housing, which is also social. Does that got allocated back to the council now, or does it have to be handed over to registered social providers? Because that surely should be a source of extra properties for us without having to buy.
Bill, you want to come in?
Or
sorry,
at a lower rate.
Bill.
I have an answer for Councillor Healy, which is at 274, and it's on page 54 of the papers.
Okay, Fed, do you want to answer Councillor Osborne's question?
We are making some purchases under Section 106, but we don't take on all the different properties that every developer builds under that affordable housing scheme.
Okay, I see no further hands. The recommendations on page 45 and 46 of the agenda have been proposed and seconded. Can I see a show of hands, all those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? I think there's one abstention at the back. Was that one abstention? Could you put your hand up? That's fine. Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's carried. I wish to continue on the agenda to item 7, which is the report from the Section 151 officer on the robustness of the budget estimates and the adequacies of reserves. And I'd like to pass over to Maria.
Thank you very much. Presented before you is the Section 25 report, which is my report to all of you on the robustness of the estimates and the adequacy of reserves. You'll note that it is a separate item on the agenda, but it also formulates part of the main budget report as Appendix 8, which is item 8 on the agenda as you move to that. It's important to highlight to all of you the structure of the document. I've included quite a lot in here so that all members have the information that I've assessed as part of my assessment of the council's budget on the robustness of the estimates and the adequacy of reserves. It is a legal requirement to set a balanced budget. As part of that, I've included the purpose, the legal framework, so members can see that within the report. I've also included some information about microeconomic context, local context, so that the members have that in terms of background. I'd like to start from when the council set and declared a financial emergency in November 2023, and the council took a number of actions across the organisation to remain financially sustainable in that period. There were a number of actions that were taken, including a number of boards, control boards that were put in place, and a number of controls in addition to those boards to enable the council to manage its financial position during the financial year to the outturn position. In terms of budget setting for 24-25, the council needed both contributions from reserves of 36.8 million and 36.884 million of exceptional financial support in the form of a capitalisation direction to balance the budget, and about 7.7 million of collection fund surplus. So in the budget setting of 24-25, there were one-offs in the budget of about just over £80 million. During the financial year this year, we're seeing improvements in our forecast outturn position. We're seeing a reduction on the drawdown from reserves because individual service lines are underspending to about £20 million. Not a true underspend in the sense of an underspend, but a reduction on the drawdown from reserves. So we'll be looking at approximately 17 million to be drawn down from reserves, not the original 36.8 that was built into the revenue budget for 24-25. I've included the information so that members have that, but the Q3 financial position has already been published and discussed in February's executive. It's important for me to also draw to members' attention the implications of failure to achieve a balanced annual budget. If we weren't able to set a balanced budget, the requirement on me to issue a Section 114 notice would have been required at that point in time. Hence the requirement to ensure that if we do not have the sustainable savings in place or the reserve position to do that for ourselves, that exceptional financial support is sought from government to enable us to set that balanced budget. The external auditors are drawn also two of their statutory recommendations that have already been discussed here at full council through audit committee. Two statutory recommendations issued by the external auditors in their interim auditors annual report for the year ending the 31st of March 2024. So that's for the financial year 23-24. The first of those statutory recommendations is the council needs to develop detailed savings plans to deliver a sustainable balanced budget. And the second statutory recommendation is an overarching transformation programme with business cases, robust business cases that will deliver transformation and deliver significant savings to set a sustainable balanced budget. It's incredibly important for us to continue to work in this direction. I've included my Chief Finance Officer overall opinion in section 5, and I'll highlight just a few pieces from there. The council's financial position is critical, given its inability to have set a balanced budget on its own for 24-25 and 25-26. It's needed exceptional financial support in both of those financial years. In 24-25, it was just in the form of a capitalisation direction, but for 25-26, the government has issued its in principle letter that is, both letters are actually attached in Annex A1 for 25-26 and Annex A2 to this report for 24-25. The government has given permission for an additional 2.5% council tax increase above the referendum threshold, and a £43 million capitalisation direction that has enabled a robust legal balanced budget to be presented before you today. The letter was received by government on the 20th of February, which gave us that in principle award. It's important for me to also highlight to all of you that this doesn't actually mean that we're receiving any additional funding from government in the form of grant. What it does is it gives us permission for the flexibilities regarding council tax, so that they've granted us an additional 2.5%, which you'll be taking a decision on in the subsequent report item on the agenda. And also they've given us permission to use capital receipts or indeed borrowing to fund our everyday expenditure up to the value of £43 million to balance the budget. They've also enabled us to reprofile some of our transformation and redundancies, 40 million that's in the current financial year, and reprofile that because it won't be spent in 24-25 into 25-26 to support the transformation programme that we will need in order to deliver further significant savings. I've included within here the reserves position and for illustrative purposes demonstrated that the gaps in future financial years from 26-27 through to 2029-30 would not be sustainable because we do not have the reserves sufficient to be able to use them. Now, of course, I don't expect that to be the position. I expect us to be finding significant savings to be balancing those financial years. However, this is for illustrative purposes. It's also important for me to highlight to you that the council's reserves cannot go into deficit. The minute the reserves are below the minimum threshold, which I have set at the 33.254 million at 5% of our net revenue income stream. Appendix B in the recommendation says 10%, but it should say 5. The financial is correct. That is the minimum level that we could not fall below. So we couldn't get anywhere near not having any reserves or indeed a deficit. That's just for illustrative purposes. The only deficit that government have given a permission for is the dedicated schools grant deficit reserve, the DSG deficit reserve, and that has a statutory override to the end of 2025-26. Should that statutory override be removed, then the forecast deficit on the DSG is rising to the end of 25-26 to just under 100 million. We would be in a Section 114 notice position should that happen, and lots of councils across the country would also be in Section 114 notice position, including those that are not on the government's current list of 30 authorities that have got exceptional financial support for 25-26. I include the information both within the letters and in sections 6 and 7 within this report as to the criteria that we need to address in order to be able to use the exceptional financial support in terms of the capitalisation direction and indeed the additional council tax increase. It's important for us to adhere to those criteria that the government have set out so that we do not find ourselves not able to finance using the exceptional financial support and then have to draw on our reserves. Within sections 8, 9 and 10, I itemise for you and articulate how we've approached the robustness of the budget, both the robustness of the revenue estimates and the robustness of the capital estimates, so that you are aware of the assessment that I've undertaken and how we've worked during the year in order to assure myself that what we have before you is a robust budget. There have been a number of savings proposals that have been worked on throughout the year that have made it into the budget because they are robust or income proposals. There are a number of initiatives that are not quite ready and have not made it into the budget, and they will need to work their way into becoming robust for the 2026-27 budget and onwards. In section 11 of the report, I'm articulate to you the governance that has been undertaken in order to get ourselves to this position and the processes that have been undertaken. The Council's constitution is very clear about what we're expected to undertake in order to have robust financial management within the organisation and robust financial governance. That includes budget managers understanding what they're responsible for and the financial implications of their revenue, of the business decisions that they're undertaking. We have been tracking savings publicly throughout the time that I've been here, and we will continue to do that. There will be monthly reporting publicly of the financial position to demonstrate publicly where we are, but also to ensure that we are moving in the right direction at all times. Our savings this year are predicated on delivering as many of them before the financial year begins, so that we are in a position as to when the financial amount is removed from the budget in terms of a saving from the 1st of April, we are in a position where that expenditure is no longer continuing. So I hope the first financial report of this of 2025-26 to demonstrate that to you with savings in the delivered category. The adequacy of reserves, I have set the minimum at the 5% of the net revenue income stream. That I've taken out the exceptional financial support from the net revenue budget in setting that at 33.254 million. But I've set an appropriate level for general fund balance to be at the 60 million mark, or tracking 10% of the net revenue budget. And I believe that that's what we need to move to. It's approximately there, and we need to move to that in the medium term as and when the budgets change in future years. I also have set the expectation that we ought to have 10% of our net revenue budget, or of the equivalent, within a business risk reserve, to be the place that we would go to once all other avenues within the revenue budget have been exhausted. For example, if there are pressures or risks that emerge during the financial year, the first place that we should be looking is within the individual budget manager's area, then within the service for mitigating actions to bring back those pressures, and then within the service directorate before we take on any additional corporate actions to bring those budgets back into balance. Should those actions be insufficient to bring the budget back into balance, but some of the area has been mitigated, any residual amounts will be picked up by the new risk provision that I have created within the budget at £3 million. And then following that, the additional 6 million that I've added to the contingency budget, taking the contingency budget to a 12 million contingency budget, that's the next place that we would look to manage any in-year pressures or risks that have emerged that are beyond the budget that has been set and that cannot be managed by individual mitigating actions, although that would be the expectation. Should all of those be exhausted, the business risk reserve is the next place to go to manage any forecast overspend should they occur, because our safety net is that general fund balance. So we do everything that we can to protect that. Within the report, I've mentioned previous use of reserves, and I've also illustrated the adequacy of reserves and some of the reviews that have been undertaken. I have reviewed all reserves across the organisation and prioritised them and reprofiled them into being corporate reserves. The business risk reserve is a new reserve that has been created, and I've also created a transformation reserve where, should we not have sufficient flexible use of capital receipts, or indeed the exceptional financial support for transformation proved to be insufficient to manage transformation, there is a transformation reserve that should be used to enable transformation. Of course, I would like that to be preserved and for us to use the flexible use of capital receipts and the exceptional financial support first, so our reserves continue to be preserved in that time. There are a number of restricted reserves that cannot be used to offset financial resilience, such as the the PFI reserve, the insurance reserve are two examples. Within this report, I've also included some comparative data using the SIPFA Financial Resilience Index, and I've also used LG Inform, just so that you have that information as to how I've assessed our financial resilience against other local authorities, particularly unitary authorities, although I've looked across the board. In section 13, I've drawn out all the risks that sit within the main budget report here so that you can see them. These are the risks that I have assessed and that are known to us. And there are a number of them that we have mitigating actions against, but there are a number of them that, should they emerge beyond those actions, I've mentioned the risk provision and the contingency that I've made provision for. I've also explained within this report the implications of issuing a Section 114 notice in Section 14. I won't spend time going through that, but that's for members' information to understand what we are trying to avoid and what we have managed to successfully avoid by setting a robust, legal and balanced budget. In section 15, the resilience over the medium term, it's incredibly difficult to give assurance over the medium term because we don't have certainty regarding local government funding as a particular piece, but also we have a gap of just over £101 million in 2026-27, rising all the way to £190 million by 2029-30. So I can't give assurance over the medium term, but I can give assurance about 2025-26, and give you clarity that our reserves are adequate for 25-26, and due to government giving us permission for the exceptional financial support, both in the form of the 2.5% additional council tax increase and the 43 million exceptional financial support in the form of capitalisation direction, we are able to set, and I present to you here today, a robust and legally balanced budget. It's important that we retain the financial discipline that we've had all year and continue to do that in terms of our financial management and governance. And we address that in amending those controls that we have in place so that they remain rigorous and having an impact within the organisation. There needs to be significant action as identified. I go back to the external auditor's statutory recommendations and identify that we will continue to take action in terms of finding additional savings and await future funding settlements that we can understand. Should there not be further significant additional savings and additional funding and council tax in the 2026-27, so that the council can balance its budget, it will require further exceptional financial support at that point in time. Otherwise, it will be in a Section 114 territory at that point. Should the statutory override on the dedicated schools grant also be removed at the end of 25-26, then we will be in Section 114 territory then. But presented before you today is a robust and balanced budget. And that's the advice from me as your Section 151 officer.
Thank you very much, Maria, for a really comprehensive report. I'd like to go to Councillor Lyshan now, who is proposing the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would just like to say first that we do need to make a correction on recommendation C. That has been mentioned by our 151 officer. It should be 5% of the net revenue income stream, not 10%. So as long as we understand that. I would like to say that the Minister's letter dated the 20th of February was very welcome, because it enabled us to take to scrutiny and to executive papers that had confirmed exceptional financial support rather than lots of red text saying to be confirmed. However, it did require the finance team to work right across the weekend, and I do appreciate the work that they did for that. I would also like to point out in the Minister's letter, so the most recent Minister McMahon's letter, he says this is with regard to the SIPFA review that was commissioned by the government. So in his letter, which is appendix, it's actually Annex A1, he says the reviews are usually published on gov.uk, and we intend to continue with this practice and publish Somerset Council's review in the coming weeks. We will share the review at the same time with your local MPs. Until the review is formally published on .gov.uk, the council should not share or publish the review. I think it's really important, Chair, that we all acknowledge that it is a review and a report commissioned by the government, and the government will publish it. So I am pleased and not a little relieved to propose this Section 25 report from our Section 151 officer. I want to thank her and the entire finance team for the magnificent amount of work that they have done over the last months, and to tell you and the entire council that I've really struggled to keep up at times. And I know that many members have found the change of dates of meetings and the supplementary papers to be challenging. But I was, as I've said, extremely glad that we could publish papers that had confirmation of the exceptional financial support. So I am pleased to propose this. Thank you.
Thank you. I now go to the leader who is seconding.
Thank you, Chair. Gives me great pleasure to echo the thanks of the Deputy Leader towards our finance team. We have before us an 85-page long document which should give every member assurance of the Section 151 officers sign off on the robustness of our budget. I hope that people are impressed by the measures that we have taken to control spending, to use exceptional financial support as necessary, to monitor our budgets through the year, and the budget assurance statements that all budget holders have that thorough understanding of the need to keep spending under control. We remain determined to deliver a sustainable and financially responsible council, and we will continue to do that. And I'd like to thank the finance team hugely for their hard work in achieving that.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up, but just to remind members that we are now debating the 151 officers report. So, Will Wren.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yes, I think what we've just been told, I think we don't want to get carried away. I mean, it occurs to me that we're only sort of bought time for a year. And frankly, if we haven't seen the SIPFA report, I think we're playing blind here, but that's for later. What I really wanted to talk about in the 151 officers report was paragraphs 4.4 and 4.5 on page 108. Now these read, I think, to say that although the council's in receipt of an in-principle agreement of 76.8 million for 24-25 and has been unable to balance 25-26 without further reliance, this may result in additional recommendations being made or interventions from the department to address our failure to meet best value duty in relation to financial sustainability. And bear in mind, we've got the budget signed off for 1 year. So the next one, it goes on, nationally several authorities are subject to formal best value interventions by the department in relation to failure to achieve their duty, and the intervention ranges from the requirement for them to work with the appointed independent assurance board through to the appointment of independent commissioners to oversee the running of the council. Now, these commissioners would be an inevitable consequence of 114, but I think what I'm reading here is that they could come in anyway, despite our best efforts. So I'd like a bit of clarity on that.
Maria?
Well, can I just finish the point?
Oh, sorry, okay, I thought you had.
So we are being invited to consider a higher risk that the government considers our position to be so bad in relation to best value that it'll send in the commissioners anyway. So as we seem to be only able to balance the budget for the foreseeable future using exceptional financial support, I think we have a long-running problem. And so I would like to invite the Section 151 officers to comment, bearing in mind that the statutory recommendations came from the auditor, 6 or 8 weeks ago, or whenever it was, certainly this financial year, how we are doing in relation to those, because I can see a whole series of circumstances stacking up against this council that may prompt the government to take preemptive action, regardless of us sort of staggering on from year to year and budget to budget. On a related point, I'm also interested to know in terms of whether our capital disposal, which is being used to fund our ongoing revenue budgets, whether the sums in relation to interest charges kept on the books, revenue lost, as opposed to the single one-off sum that's taken, whether that is weighed off in terms of best value considerations. There's a bit of a jumble in there, but I hope I made sense.
Thank you, Will. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll start with, you've picked up on the pertinent points, which is that this is our second year of exceptional financial support. We had 80 million, just over 80 million of one-offs in the budget in 24-25, and the exceptional financial support that we've required this time round is 43 million. We're not in a position where we're drawing from reserves to balance the budget at all. I'm trying to, I've preserved the reserves in how we've set the budget this time round. And we've used some collection fund surplus as part of that as well. However, the statutory recommendations that the auditors presented to us in their report made reference to 2023-24 with the anticipation of setting 25-26, I would imagine. And therefore, given that we're still balancing using exceptional financial support, this is just to make members aware that there could be something in future where if we're not satisfying the criteria that has been set out in the exceptional financial support letters from the minister, and we're in a position where we're not able to balance the budget or indeed reduce the reliance on exceptional financial support in a future financial year, that the government could decide that they want to intervene. However, we are not on the government intervention list, and if any member Googles or searches the government website for the exceptional financial support authorities, while they've increased from 19 to 30, actually some of those 30 which are new on the list are also asking for exceptional financial support within 24-25, not just 25-26. So they're asking for 2 years, a retrospective year as well. And the full list of the local authorities where there is government intervention is also listed below in that section on the website. It's important to recognise that the exceptional financial support process that government created was meant to be exceptional financial support in exceptional circumstances, with permission to do things slightly differently in terms of financing the revenue budget. Like I said, there isn't any additional money that we receive. However, it's clear to see that without exceptional financial support in place, there would have been a number of local authorities that would have been issuing Section 114 notices. So it's reassuring that those local authorities have been able to avoid that, as have we, because we have a robust, balanced budget presented before us. But I also made reference to the medium-term horizon and the £101 million that needs to be closed in terms of the budget gap for 26-27. And that's not a small amount for us to be working on. However, we've already commenced working on that. You touched on transformation within the statutory recommendations that have been made, and I won't go into this in detail, but in the report within agenda item 8, there's a whole section on transformation within that report that itemises the transformation approach that we are taking in terms of the cross-cutting transformation, plus the areas of transformation specific to adult social care and children's social care, which are two of our biggest pressure areas in the council and where we've allocated growth. So the approach is there. Also within the medium-term financial plan, which is medium-term financial strategy, which is Appendix G, I set the strategy out with the objectives of how we need to operate in the future in order to move to a financially sustainable and resilient position, and also articulate within there the financial governance and financial management that needs to be adhered to in order to help us get there.
Thank you. Diogo.
Is that the one that works? I think so. Thanks, Maria. Just one thing around reserves that I want to ask clarity on, if I may. So Appendix A, which is the Officer's Statement of Robustness, acknowledges that the reserves have been depleting, yet I don't see any, what I feel, realistic plan for rebuilding them. Bullet point 12.12 states that the reserves will need to be replenished in future years. So we're told how this will be achieved, yet I don't think we're told. So we're not told how they will be achieved, yet we're told we must achieve them. 12.13 warns that the reserves will be exhausted during 26-27 unless further transformation and savings plans are developed for implementation by the start of 26-27. 12.15 then goes on to say that it's unlikely that the council will be capable of developing and implementing sufficient transformation and savings plans to deliver to get rid of that deficit. 12.16 goes on to say that the council must take prompt action in 25 to develop and implement further transformations and savings programmes with the aim to close the forecast deficit in 26-27 and achieve financial balance. So what I read in those kind of 3 or 4 points is we're being told to do something, but we're also being told that the something we need to do is not achievable. So to me, it's slightly contradictory. Can the Finance Officer clarify how she envisages that the reserves will be replenished in a way that doesn't rely on the savings that we're being told in those points we can't achieve?
Maria.
So I'm going to direct you to tables 4 and 4A in the pages 129. What I've done in terms of rebuilding reserves is I've tried to be realistic about when I believe we can, if we set a balanced budget in 26-27, then without the use of exceptional financial support or indeed any reserves contributions, I've started to build in what I believe we should be contributing to reserves. So we start with £5 million. That's the net contribution that you can see there in 27-28 of 4.7 rise, but it's actually 5 million in each of the financial years. 2.5 million to go into the transformation reserve to further pump prime transformation should we be in a position where we're not using capital receipts. Otherwise, I would say use the flexible use of capital receipts, because that keeps the money out of being drawn down from reserves. And also 2.5 million each year going into the business risk reserve on that trajectory that I have spoken about. However, if we balance the budget at the end of each outturn and we don't draw on the risk provision and the contingency, then at outturn we can replenish reserves and we can see that accelerate, because we have retained the financial discipline necessary within a financial management and governance perspective, individual budgets, individual directorates staying within their financial envelopes that they've agreed to. I would also direct members to the budget assurance statements from each executive director and the chief executive that have given their assurances that they will take the necessary action to deliver their savings, take mitigating action where they can to stay within their budget constraints, and also work to ensure that financial forecasting is as accurate as possible. I've drawn on those assurances as part of setting this Section 25 statement. But I'm reassured that the paragraphs regarding the financial position of the council have been read. And I will reinforce, it's a significant budget gap that we have in the medium-term horizon. And we will need significant savings, both in the traditional sense of savings that you can see within Appendix G in the budget approach to the medium-term financial strategy, and significant savings through transformation. And we will need them next year. That means they need to be worked on from now. I've also given members my view of some savings that were not robust enough to make it into the 25-26 budget that absolutely need to make their way into 2026-27, and that work is continuing and hasn't stopped because we've representing a budget here before you. However, should we not have sufficient savings or additional income or additional council tax, then I am already signalling that we would need exceptional financial support. I don't want it to be a surprise. It's a significant budget gap in 26-27, and part of that is the 43 million that is only one-off within the budget through the capitalisation direction, unlike the additional council tax that sits within the base. That is completely different because it's an ongoing response to our financial position. However, there's a lot of work that needs to be undertaken, and there's a lot of work that has already been undertaken in order to bring this budget here. It is possible, but I can't see into the future to know which of the risks will emerge and which of the pressures will be beyond the projections that we modelled in terms of the demand and demographic pressures, or indeed what such things as inflation may do, or indeed interest rates. In terms of the economic landscape, both nationally and globally. So we need to work together and work within the assumptions that I've set within the medium-term financial plan. Those assumptions will be refreshed as we move forward. We're still awaiting government to announce whether there will be an additional adult social care precept in future years. For now, we've only got it for 25, 26. So there are a number of things that when we hear and the assumptions can be crystallised, we will know exactly the financial parameters that we're working to. But they have been set at a prudent level so that we're all clear where the direction of travel is and the significant work required to bring us to that financially sustainable budget.
Thank you. Lucy Trimnell.
Thank you, Chair. So my first question actually is just off the back of what Maria just said, in terms of all of the risks that face us coming down the line. And I wondered if we had any headroom should inflation skyrocket for some reason, affecting interest rates and things. So that's my first question. My second question is regarding page 95, which details the current risk score. And it says that given the issues set out in this report and despite all of the actions taken and mitigations put in place, the risk score on strategic risk, and it quotes the number, sustainable MTFP remains at 25, the highest risk score possible. So even with mitigations in place, the forecast remains at this highest possible score of 25. I find this deeply concerning, and I'd like to understand what this will mean for the council going forward, particularly with regard to what you've also mentioned, a likely ongoing need to ask for EFS in the future. You know, is it going to make a difference to the outcome of those requests, please?
Maria.
So the risk score that you've picked up on is absolutely what's been presented. So it refers to the medium-term financial plan and not the budget for 25-26. If it was the budget for 25-26, the risk score would be a lot lower because we're setting a robust, legal and balanced budget. However, this risk is the risk across the medium term. We're not balanced over the medium term, unlike the HRA budget that is. So fundamentally, it needs to remain there, considering that the gap in 26-27 is the £101 million gap, and over the medium term for the next 4 years rises to 190 million. I think it's appropriate, and it demonstrates that we need to take action across the organisation as we've articulated in the report, as I've articulated in this report, but also within the budget report, of the action that we will be taking. I've set the parameters up within the medium-term financial strategy, and I think if that is adhered to and used as the guide, then we will see ourselves move into a financially sustainable position. I've also articulated within there that should there are a number of different things that as they come to fruition, it's about delivering as early as possible and using the same methodology that we've used in the current financial year in 24-25 in identifying savings that we're already delivering before the end of the financial year, so that when we start 25-26 on the 1st of April, they've already been cash delivered and banked. So I expect to see lots of savings in that blue section as delivered, as opposed to being in the in delivery green or not yet started or have some issues with them. So that's what I expect. However, I'm also signalling that should we not be able to do that all in 1 year, that we will need some further exceptional financial support, which is supposed to tide us over until we can get there. But that requires an application, and that requires government saying that they will issue an in principle letter to us in giving us permission.
Can I just come back really quickly? So does that mean, are you saying that those things give us headroom going forward as well, so that if we are exposed to any difficulties in the external market, that we'll be able to get through those, well, somehow?
I didn't touch on the headroom. So the headroom, I wouldn't call it headroom, but provision for any unforeseen things happening in the financial year or pressures beyond the projections that we've allocated in terms of growth are the risk provision of the £3 million and the contingency now that stands at £12 million. I believe that those two things combined provide us with the provision to be able to respond without further impact on reserves in year. And should we not require them, then we're in a position where we're able to contribute to reserves at the end of the financial year.
Thank you, Maria. Right, I have two more speakers, Stephen Page and John Hunt. Following that, I'll be looking at the summing up and then move to the vote. So, Stephen Page.
Thank you, Chair, and also thank you to Maria and to Liz and their team for all their hard work on this budget. There is one thing that hasn't been mentioned, which I think is really important, is that Somerset Council does need to have a effective and robust method of collecting all the council tax, and also all the money that's owed by developers, for example, on 106 agreements and SIL agreements. And I think this is an area that does need maybe attention and review. And if necessary, the investment in additional staff to make sure we collect all the money that is due to the council. And I'm absolutely convinced that that investment would pay itself off multiple times by the extra revenue that was collected. But we do need to ensure as a council that we effectively collect all the revenue that is due to us. Thank you.
Maria.
I absolutely agree with you, because we underpin the medium-term financial plan and strategy with the income that needs to be collected. Council tax is set at a 98% collection rate in year. However, we will continue to collect all amounts that are owed to us, doesn't matter which financial year they relate to. And I will direct members to the report that went to executive on the 26th of February, where the council tax collected at the end of Q3 was 83.92% against a target of 83.77%, and the amount of business rates collected as at Q3 was at 81.09% against a target of 79.28% at that point in the year. So we are just ahead of the collection profile as at Q3, and I look for it to hit the target that it needs to, because that's what the collection fund is based on. I would also demonstrate to all members that because we've got a collection fund surplus, that means that we have been performing in terms of our collection, as well as the tax base growing slightly bigger than what we'd anticipated, which has enabled that collection fund surplus. If it had been the other way, I would have had to bring a collection fund deficit into the budget, and we would have had to respond to that as a pressure.
Just briefly, I think my particular concern maybe is in uncollected 106 agreements and SIL payments. I think there's a lot of money out there which is not being collected effectively. I think that really does need to be looked at by the council.
Okay, can we move now on to John Hunt, please, finally?
Thank you, Chair. Maria, again, apologies for my back being towards you. We've sold off, I think it's some £76 million worth of commercial property. I gather these had a cost of 104 million, a loss obviously of 27 million pounds. We also had the situation where I believe most of these commercial properties were actually making a profit in terms of against the loan, the money's outstanding against the rent received from the lessors. So we had the profit there, we had the cost of the loans on each of those properties. We then sell them for 76 million pounds. We no longer have, of course, the revenue coming in, but we've retained the ongoing debt. The choice was at the time to do that, or still is, I presume, or to take out a Public Works Loans Board loan. And I appreciate originally the government tried to get away with a very cheeky 1% added to that money. To the base rate, but that apparently is now gone. So my question really is, why haven't we taken advantage of the Public Works Loans Board loan? I appreciate it's additional borrowings, but when we already had the commercial properties and the income from them, and the small profit surely would have outweighed the other. Perhaps you could explain that to me. Thank you.
Maria.
So it's important for me to flag that in the 25-26 budget, not only while I believe that using capital receipts so that we're not actually increasing our borrowing requirement and any further burden on the revenue budget, I have included the equivalent of £43 million worth of borrowing and the capital financing for it, because I don't know where we're going to be with our capital receipts. So from a prudence perspective, I need to make that provision in the budget, and it's there. I would hope that we don't need to use it, and actually that contributes to an underspend in 25-26 that could go into reserves. However, without moving into the revenue budget report, that's the next item on the agenda, I would say look at Appendix T, Table 8. and see the actual and forecast commercial investment percentage income. And it's 16 of that appendix, but I will when we get to that report, I'm sure we can let you know which one it is. But it's important that you see that they're not all achieving an income, and actually it's a significantly low percentage in 23-24, which was 0.8%, and in 24-25 1.03% forecast. So the cost of borrowing is and the minimum revenue provision, as all part of that, is offsetting any income. And we need to recognise that with any properties like this, we would need to be also making provision for when they're void, when they're rent-free periods, if there are, times where they're not being used, and if they need any major repairs or dilapidation works and so on. I would also say to you that the asset life that our within the capital programme is a much longer period of time. So we're spreading the MRP, or the minimum revenue provision, over a longer period of time, whereas the requirement was no more than 20 years on if you took out the PWLB, and you quite rightly referenced the additional 1% that was the case in 24-25, that is not the case moving forward.
Thank you. Right, I'd like to go back to the leader to know whether he wishes to add.
Thank you, Chair, and just to reiterate my thanks from earlier to the officers who worked so hard on achieving this position. I just wanted to come back on the best value notice point that was made earlier. If you look at those councils and authorities that have best value notices with MHCLG, they are authorities where there are difficult relationships, shall we say, either internally or with governments. If you look at the letters from both Minister Hoare and Minister McMahon in the last 2 years, they go out of their way to thank the council for its positive and partnership attitude, and that's in no small part in tribute to the professionalism of our officers in working collaboratively with the civil servants there. So it's because we have that effective relationship that we are not in that position with best value notice.
Thank you very much. Right, finally to Liz Lation.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to propose the Section 25 report and go to the vote, please.
Okay, the only...
Chair, sorry, point of clarification, please. Councillor Redmond over here at the back.
Yeah.
It's in relation to the proposal that you're about to put. It's just some clarification, really. It's confusing me. So the first line of the recommendation says that it's recommended that the council consider and acknowledges. So voting in favour of the report doesn't say we don't agree. Sorry, are we saying that we agree with the report that it's robust or not? Because at the moment, the way I read that, it just says we're considering, and we're noting the report in effect. That's it. So it's just noting the report.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And obviously, item C now is being amended to say the minimum level of reserves is set at 5%, not 10% as written. So with that, can I have a show of hands, please? All those in favour? Any against? And are there any abstentions? Okay, that's carried. I'm now going to call a 45-minute break so that you can replenish yourself for the next item. Yeah. 6 to 29:30. Liz Lation.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just start by highlighting that we have some updated appendices here. So we have an updated Appendix U, which is the complete council tax parish by parish. One of the parishes had gone astray until we found them and brought them back into the fold. And then also updated appendices Q1 and Q2, which is all of the capital programme, and the cover report that was published on the 3rd of March following the executive meeting. So those are all supplements to the main paper here. So if I could start by saying this is indeed a very full suite of papers. It incorporates the revenue budget and council tax setting, the medium-term financial strategy, the capital budget and treasury management. So members will recall that in previous years, these have been debated and voted upon as 3 separate papers. However, we know the interdependencies between the budget papers, and we have been monitoring revenue and capital budgets together for some time now. So if I may start with the context for our budget and council tax setting. Over the past months, we have received a number of reports and reviews, all important to us as we look to navigate a path from vesting to a sustainable future for this still new council. At our February full council meeting, we debated and accepted the 2 statutory recommendations of the auditor's annual report for 23-24. We've also had the SIPFA review, and we have already covered the fact that that has not been published, but will be published by MHCLG as they commissioned the report. We had an extremely full week in November of last year with the Local Government Association Corporate Peer Challenge, and that report has been published recently. We've also had our annual governance statement at the most recent audit committee. So those reports were all specific to Somerset Council. And then last Friday, we saw the National Audit Office report on sustainability, brackets or not, my brackets, of local government as a whole. The conclusions of the report include the following. Having acknowledged that funding for local authorities has increased over the past few years. So this is a quote. While real terms funding has grown by 4% between 2015-16 and 23-24, it has not kept pace with population growth or the demand for services, the complexity of need, or the cost delivering services to people most in need of support. Proposed reforms of the local government finance system have been repeatedly delayed. Some services are showing the strain, and more local authorities are requesting financial support, some due to the increasing costs of delivering essential frontline services such as homelessness and social care. Despite short-term measures to address acute funding shortfalls, there has been insufficient action to address the systemic weaknesses in local government financial sustainability. So these important documents each tell us the same story, whether they're local documents for us or national documents, that the financial challenges for this council are on a significant scale. We know that. And it's a scale that would be difficult to understand were it not for the national story of the aforementioned, quote, insufficient action to address the systemic weaknesses in local government financial sustainability. So this is particularly relevant for social care of all ages, for special educational needs and disabilities services in education, and homelessness. The Unitary Council, as we all now know, provides all of these services, as well as many other valued services that are increasingly under threat of reduction or perhaps devolution to local councils. So as we consider our budget and council tax setting for 25-26, we must look at the council tax income for Somerset and the near £27 million less in our base budget due to the 6 years of council tax freeze from 2010 to 2016. So we all recognise as residents, and most of us having been council taxpayers for many of those years and the following years, that the flatlining of council tax was considered by many welcome at the time. But other councils realised that by not covering inflation, they would need to make savings or cuts year on year, and so they returned to small increases after a couple of years. So as we look today at a 7.49% increase in council tax for Somerset Council 25-26, we should look across the region to other rural unitary authorities such as Dorset, Wiltshire and Cornwall. And while we do that, Chair, please, we must remember that our council tax includes the Somerset Rivers Authority precept of £14.65 for a Band D home. No other council in, I think, the country, but certainly not in the southwest, has to include that. So in Wiltshire, which is going up, we know now, by 4.5%, it is still, for a Band D, £29.38 more per annum. Cornwall Council is £129.59 more per annum. Dorset Council, very close to us, £243.44 more per annum. The average for a unitary is £47.50 more per annum. So the Secretary of State and the Minister for Local Government have allowed us to propose an increase for 25-26 above the referendum limit, that additional 2.5%, with explicit knowledge that even after the increase, Somerset will still be below the average council tax. And MHCLG has been quoted as follows: in the areas where we have made the difficult decision to allow limited council tax rises, we expect that no taxpayer will see their bills reach higher than the average compared to similar authority. So we can see the minister's thinking when he has allowed that additional 2.5%. That will bring an additional £43.20 on the annual council tax bill of a Band D home, nowhere near the gap between Somerset and Dorset, but bringing us closer to Wiltshire. Although in an election year, we have seen that Wiltshire Council still put up council tax by 4.5%, below the referendum limit, but pretty close to it. So we are acknowledging the impact of the increase in council tax on household budgets by increasing our support for residents on lower incomes through the Exceptional Hardship Fund and the Household Support Fund. Members will recall that from the debate and the recommendations with amendment of our full council before Christmas. So we know in Somerset that 65% of homes are in bands A to C, and so the majority of households do not pay the Band D council tax we always quote. Just over 11% of households in Somerset do receive some reduction in their council tax through our council tax reduction scheme, and of those, approximately a third don't pay any council tax at all due to their low income. Homes that are entirely for students, for instance, also pay no council tax. So our calculation of the collection fund for 25-26 has also included careful consideration and prediction of the second homes premium agreed for implementation in Somerset from the 1st of April this year. So that additional 2.5% increase on council tax can raise a further 9.16 million for 25-26 and then be in the base budget for future years. Clearly that in itself does not fill the gap in our budget, and so, as we've heard already, a further capitalisation directive of 43 million is necessary to propose a robust budget with just adequacy of reserves. So please be assured, members, that the additional 20 million of capitalisation directive referenced by the Minister is a reprofiling of part of the direction for 24-25. It is not an increase ask of government. I believe our Section 151 officer has more than adequately covered that already. The budget monitoring of the current year, 24-25, is demonstrating a reduced draw on MTFP reserves of about 20 million at the moment, and we are hoping that that figure of the drawn reserves may reduce even further over months 11 and 12. The more we can protect our reserves, both general fund and earmarked reserves, the better we can plan for the future. I'm personally pleased that we have a growth amount in our proposed budget to incorporate the Section 151 officer as Chief Finance Officer at Layer 2 in the new structure, as well as the Service Director at Layer 3. Strong financial management will need to continue for the foreseeable future. And following the last year of unprecedented hard work on savings and on the workforce restructure, this budget and council tax setting brings us to a significantly different place than at this time last year. But there is still a fork in the road ahead of us. If we take the wrong route, we can still end up with a Section 114 notice and in the grip of government commissioners. We have already had advice and guidance from some of the best minds in the local authority world. We have officers here of the same calibre who are as invested as we are in achieving the very best for Somerset. We neither need nor want commissioners in Somerset. So if we continue on this correct route and move at pace to follow all the advice we have received over recent months, we can do what the lead finance peer told me in November should be our priority. She said, set your budget, reset your council and refocus. Very often, Chair, the wisest words are the fewest. I'll say it again. Set your budget, reset your council and refocus. So if we are serious about taking our council on this journey from vesting to a sustainable future, then we need this budget, this increase in council tax above the referendum limit and the capitalisation directive to make it possible. And within this budget, you will see good news of further investment in Somerset. We have nationally significant projects and businesses right here, with the Agratas development joining Hinkley Point C, Aero and Leonardo. Glastonbury Festival, of course, still leads the way in greenfield events, and we are working hard on securing the DCMS, Department of Culture, Media and Sport grant of £10 million for the Octagon redevelopment as a cultural flagship for Yeovil and Somerset. Project and design teams, I'm pleased to say, are now appointed, and we are working with Yeovil Town Council with renewed optimism for a project that is deliverable in these times when construction cost is so much more expensive than just a few years ago. We have rebuilt the relationship with the Arts Council, and we intend to work ever harder to ensure that we enable facilities that bring so much to people's lives, whatever their age and circumstances. They do not need to be statutory services to matter. Indeed, many of the statutory services are preventative in nature and so more important perhaps than any of us realise. Within the regeneration team, we have ongoing work on town deals in Glastonbury and Bridgewater, on the High Street funds in Yeovil and Taunton, on the Academy for Social Care in Bridgewater, and on the Tone Works in Wellington. Regrettably, the cultural bid for Somerset East was ultimately unsuccessful, although officers gave it their best and more, and I thank them. For young people and their families, there is a growing need for special educational needs and disabilities provision, and we are committed as an administration to creating more facilities within the mainstream educational sector to provide better outcomes for children and young people. We know that government will need to work with councils on the dedicated schools grant deficits that we have already heard about to ensure that councils do not fall over when the statutory override finishes, and that is currently just over a year away in March 26. We are working with developer contributions, and we have heard from one of the members today about the need for us to ensure that developer contributions through Section 106 and Community Infrastructure Levy are collected. And we are also working with other capital funds to deliver either new schools or extended and improved schools where needed. Recruitment of additional foster carers, as we know, is a real priority for this council. We know that children and young people enjoy better lives in family homes, and we strive to see how we can better reward and support carers across the whole county. Already having been in receipt of an award from the Municipal Journal, the Homes and Horizons project started by the previous administration and bringing young people back to Somerset continues, and the capacity will continue to grow over the next year. Within the Adults and Housing Directorate, we have seen excellent work by our officers working with Newton Europe on the My Life, My Future programme. Having been nominated for a national award from the Local Government Chronicle, our best wishes go to the Somerset team. We have major highways projects underway, particularly on the A38 corridor, with projects in other parts of Somerset in development and awaiting confirmation of government funding. We have the development management team working on the local plan for Somerset to replace the former district plans, and we therefore have an opportunity to understand much better that landscape for developer contributions. And as part of housing developments and working with partners in the parish, town and city councils, we are progressing active travel routes at every opportunity. We have found ways to work with local contractors that are both innovative and popular locally. Somerset has such potential as a walking and wheeling county, and we are determined to achieve as many miles or kilometres as possible. We understand the threat of flooding as well in Somerset as anywhere in this country. We have the precept for the Somerset Rivers Authority in our council precept, as I have already mentioned, and grants are being made from the Rivers Authority to local communities who are well placed to spend relatively small amounts of money to achieve real benefits for residents and businesses. Within the housing revenue account, my colleague, Councillor Smith-Roberts, has already referenced the great ambition we have in Somerset to increase the number of homes for social and affordable rent. We know that growing numbers of people need truly affordable homes, and we must ensure that those new homes are such that energy use is reduced markedly, and so the homes become more affordable. I'm delighted to see the work of the HRA now spreading across Somerset. You'll expect me, I'm sure, Chair, to include the improvements we see on the systems that operate in the back office of this council, processes that are essential to the lives of our residents and businesses, as well as to the council itself. We will be moving to the new revenues and benefits software this coming year, enabling us to further develop our team of specialist officers, people I already admire for their knowledge and commitment. We have moved to the one payment system, and we are also moving to improved payroll facilities. We have huge ambition for digital development in Somerset, but that won't be at the expense of personal contact where it's needed. We'll continue to join dots too, so that when we are looking at financial literacy training through the Household Support Fund, we'll ensure that work is tied into Smoke-Free Somerset, which is work of the public health team. Bringing funding streams and officers together can bring far more benefit than by working separately. We know that we need to do more on the environment, with Somerset at the sharp end of climate change, and the local nature recovery strategy is in development. The Bridgewater Tidal Barrier moves onto the list of large-scale active projects in Somerset, along with smaller but equally important projects like the Chard Reservoir. The Leader of Council is playing a vital role both in regional devolution and also in talking with and assisting other councils as they too move towards local government reorganisation. So I'd like to pay tribute, if I may, Chair, to our partners in the parish, town and city councils who have stepped forward to take on both assets and services. This work continues and residents can know that their most local of precepts will stay in their own community within their parish boundary. I would also like to pay tribute and thank our partners in the voluntary sector, the VCFSE, who bring so much to Somerset. We all know that we need to ensure that we continue to support the voluntary sector over the next years. So, Chair, nobody told me this would be easy. And even the National Audit Office are saying publicly now that we're working with a broken system. None of this work can come forward without a robust budget and an overarching transformation plan. Most of all, none of it can happen without experience, skill and dedication of the staff of Somerset Council, backed up by the political will of all members of the council. We acknowledge that the last year has been tough, very tough for some. As always, our thanks go to every member of the team, and I hope members across this chamber can join me in supporting a budget that can make all of this happen and more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If I'd like now to go to the leader who is seconding the proposal.
Thank you, Chair, and it gives me great pleasure to follow on from my deputy, Liz Lyshon. I don't believe that anybody in this council can match her for her forensic attention to detail on bringing this budget forwards and her encyclopedic knowledge of council services and achievements. She's kept a laser-like focus on the detail while managing a strategic vision for this council as well. And I do applaud her for everything that she has contributed to this council and to Somerset over the last year, and I hope will continue to do so for many years to come. Last year, our budget was introduced as a budget to avoid a Section 114, and it's important for us to revisit why that is so necessary. We know from other councils that have been through a Section 114, and I've spoken to a number of council leaders who are in that position. We know the difficulty that they face. The first issue that would come about is a double-digit increase in council tax. That's what we have seen in other authorities. By maintaining local control, we can control the level of council tax increase, working with government to go above the cap by a modest 2.5%. We can control local services and local priorities. The Deputy Leader has outlined many of the aspects of work that have taken place across this council to be able to achieve a sustainable long-term future for Somerset. We locally can work in partnership with the VCSFE sector, with our city, town and parish councils, and with our partners in the NHS in a way that commissioners could never do. We would keep that local control over services and assets. And above all, it is our democratic responsibility to be able to run this council. It is us that were elected to do that. This is not a situation of our making or our choosing, but it is our responsibility to resolve it. If we had commissioners in, and this is the context that I speak to other councils, they come and they never leave. They are expensive, they are paid by the day, and surprisingly, there's always another reason for another day to visit. This is a budget that demonstrates that we care for the most vulnerable residents in Somerset. It is very clear we know the pressures that come before us. In adult social care, it is those residents who are most vulnerable that come under the support of the local authority. Adults with learning disabilities are living longer and have greater and more complex needs. In children's services, we are seeing an increasing number of children whose parents cannot look after them. And although we are maintaining, unlike other councils, a small increase in our number of foster carers, we need so many more foster carers to make sure that those families have the support that they need. And we're seeing a significant increase over the last 4 years, 220% increase in SEND applications. We absolutely must meet the needs of those children, those vulnerable children who come under our support, and we need to make sure that we've got the right provision in this council. We set out to be a council that cares, that puts the heart back into Somerset, and those pressures that we face demonstrate how important it is that we are a caring council. Back in 2019, we were told there was a time bomb under adult social care. That was a national message, and it was a message that was put forward by the leader of the Somerset County Council at the time. Somerset's position is unique. A 6-year council tax freeze, I think copied only by one other council in the country, which also requested exceptional financial support, has made our situation much more difficult. We do welcome the LGA peer review, and we're really looking forward to that CIPFA report being published, because it's our belief that it will back up our assertion, the National Audit Office's assertion, the County Council Network's assertion, the Local Government Association's assertion, and also there was a lovely exchange in the House of Commons between Simon Hoare, the former Minister for Local Government from the Conservatives, and Jim McMahon, the current Minister under Labour, both of whom recognise the fundamental fact the system of local government funding in this country is broken. You cannot sustain a system under which adult social care is funded predominantly by council tax. Council tax is a tax on 1991 property values. It's not sustainable, it's not sensible, it's not fair, and it needs to be reformed urgently. Next week, I've been invited, along with Barry Lewis, the Conservative leader of Derbyshire, to present to a House of Commons Select Committee on Local Government Finance. I doubt that you will be able to put a fag paper between us in the pressures that we face as a sector. We stand shoulder to shoulder with our colleagues in local government throughout the country. We recognise, and the Deputy Leader has outlined the many ways in which we are supporting our residents, that we are improving their lives in this council in spite of the most challenging of circumstances. We have no alternative budget before us. We need to take the responsibility to be able to lead Somerset, to be able to continue to deliver for the residents of Somerset, and moving forwards in the long term, make Somerset Council a sustainable, robust and council we can be proud of. And I commend and second this budget to you all.
Thank you. Mandy Chilcott.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to respond to some of the papers here today, but before I start reading out what I was going to read, I'd just like, before anybody else asks the question, to explain why we've put no amendment forward on the budget. I was contacted by Maria a couple of weeks ago at a point when we had not had sight of the budget. We will all know as councillors that it went through the scrutiny committee on the 24th of February, executive 3rd of March, and here we are today on the 5th of March. That left us 6 clear days. That did not allow the time for us to pull together an amendment and to talk about that with our 151 officer to make sure that it was still robust in financial terms and get it in time for this council meeting. I have written to the Chief Executive about meetings and timings, and I have assurance that next year more time will be allowed for the budget setting process. And I think it's really important for all of us in the room that that happens for next year. So just moving on to what I was going to say. So we have before us today the coming year's budget for Somerset Council, and what a heartbreaking read it is. To quote our 151 officer, the council's financial position is critical. This comment is only the start of the red flags that can clearly be seen littered throughout the budget papers today. Many will know me in this chamber as someone who keeps to the facts, so I thought I would take a moment to focus on some of the many clear warnings within the 767 pages of papers that we've had to read and digest. To pick up the first area, in January this year, our external auditors, Grant Thornton, raised 2 statutory recommendations. Statutory recommendations are the most serious recommendations they can make under the Local Audit and Accountability Act of 2014. To put that in context, Grant Thornton reviewed 92 auditors' annual reports in April 2024, and there were only 6 statutory recommendations in total, across only 4 councils, and 2 were for Somerset Council, and that was in the report from lessons from recent auditors' annual reports. Statutory recommendation 1 said that the council should develop detailed savings plans at pace to deliver the savings targets set out in the MTFS in order to reduce resilience on one-off resources and rebase the council's budgets to a financially sustainable level. The statutory recommendation 2 said that the council should develop the overarching transformation business case and detailed business cases for individual work streams that will deliver service transformation and contribute to delivering the council's ambitious savings targets. The funding required to deliver transformation and the new target operating model should be identified and a funding plan developed, and this should be undertaken at pace in order to deliver savings required to balance the 25-26 budget, which starts in just 3 weeks' time. So here we are today setting the 25-26 budget with insufficient savings plans in place, with an ongoing and repeated lack of pace and no sight of detailed business cases for work streams having been shared with councillors. This, in my view, does not satisfy the statutory recommendations. My second area of concern is councillors were all aware that Somerset does have a low tax base, and we've read that almost 65% of properties are within bands A to C. But just to preempt the 6 years of council tax freeze that's always raised by the administration and has been already, this freeze commenced in return for one-off grants from the Lib Dem Conservative coalition government. Many district councils in Somerset also froze their council tax. At the time, Somerset County Council's Conservative administration voted to keep money in the pockets of the residents of Somerset whilst delivering budgets that were truly balanced. Page 199 of the report outlines that when the council tax was frozen, it represented approximately 27 million per year lost from the council tax base. While all of you on the opposition benches today will be delighted to hear that you'll be taking an additional £27 million out of the pockets of our residents in Somerset when you agree today's council tax increase of 7.49%. By melting the council tax freeze, you'll be flooding the people of Somerset with a wave of additional taxation that this Lib Dem administration has wanted for so long, putting even more pressure on our residents, many of whom are already facing extreme financial hardship. But it doesn't stop here. Here's another. We've had sight of the letter that the leader of this council sent to the Deputy Prime Minister in January. This included a request to increase council tax in Somerset by an unbelievable 22.84%, an additional 17.85% on top of a 4.99% cap. This would mean that some of our Band D homes in Somerset would have been receiving a total council tax bill through their doors in the next few weeks for over £3,000 a year. That does include the adult social care precept, fire, police and parish. My final red flag is that this council has a huge black hole in its budget that stands over 100 million for 26-27, rising to 190 million by 29-30. The black hole seems to get ever deeper and darker. This is despite burning through the reserves, the savings account, at an alarming rate. On the 31st of March 2023, they stood at 289 million. That was from last year's 151 officers report. And as of April 25, they've reduced by almost 2/3 and stand at 105 million and are now described as just adequate by our 151 officer. There's the selling off of £100 million worth of investment properties. This is covered in Appendix T for tens of millions of pounds less than their purchase cost. The family silver is being sold. It's income loss, but the debt remains for decades to come as funds are being used just to keep the council going. We've seen a workforce reduction programme that will see total staff numbers reduced by 562 from April, reducing the budget by 32.5 million. We're seeing a raft of increased fees and charges, as well as reductions in budgets for household waste recycling centres, a reduction of the grant to the Brewhouse Theatre, reducing funding to help disadvantaged young people into work. I started by outlining this council's financial position as critical. To balance this budget, Somerset Council remains totally reliant on a one-off resource that can only be used once, and once they're gone forever. This council is spending between 6.9% and 9.5% more money than it has, with expenditure well exceeding its available income. This is not sustainable. I see no firm plans to reduce the cost base by 10 to 15%, as quoted in the report, and the council is currently unable to meet its best value duty to demonstrate financial sustainability over the medium term, and we've heard that from the 1-5 officer today. This council is being brought ever closer to the brink of bankruptcy, and the issue of a 114 notice looms large, as we were only one letter away from calling a 114 notice. Because of all the concerns raised by our 151 officer, our auditors, our councillors and our staff, because this budget is not sustainable and once again spends millions more than it receives, because of the large tax rise in council tax for every home in Somerset, I will not be supporting this budget today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Will Wren.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Right, quite a lot to follow on those two. So broadly, I wasn't going to start with a macro picture, but I think I ought to before getting down into the weeds. Firstly, it's fairly clear that the budget for this council is unsustainable beyond 25-26. And I remember the chair of the audit committee, I think the last time we were here, saying that there was absolutely no way that this council could cut its way out of its financial difficulties, and the only way forward was to increase income. However, we have, despite requests, we are restricted in our income, but nevertheless, still the ruling group say that they are running the council in the way that the commissioners would do in order to sort of trim back as much excess as possible. But that does not include the increase in income. They can't do it. They've only got 2.5% on top. And as we've heard, a lot more was asked for. I mean, it occurs to me that if commissioners came in, I think, and has been said, the first thing they would do would increase the council tax. I think Birmingham got 15%, and that would add 27 million to our income for the year, which would be continuing. And I know it will be really nasty and really hard, but I can't see, frankly, any other way out of it. So that's all I'm going to say on that. I think in terms of the CIPFA report, I would really like to see it because I want to see what the devil in the detail coming forward, because I have an horrible feeling there might be something quite unpalatable in it, and I feel I'm voting blind. I promised I would go down into the weeds, and I'm now going to talk about parking. For those of you who have got a sweepstake on the number of times it's going to be mentioned today. It's included in the budget. I've got the various observations to make. Although the rationale behind is harmonisation, no other justification has been put forward. But ironically, we're now being promised a consultation with acceptance that there may be mitigations which could lead to a series of differing local parking arrangements, and of course, therefore, cast doubt on the figures being proposed and put forward. In fact, in the grand scheme of things, the figures being put forward are quite small in the context of the budget, but will have a significant impact on local residents in certain areas. Interestingly, these figures are underpinned by the recruitment of 5 staff, leading me to ask, is it really necessary? After all, the parking service produces a healthy surplus already, as shown by Appendix K, which will be increasing anyway through the normal fees and charges. I don't recall these extra posts being seen in the new operating model that we debated so extensively a couple of weeks ago. And so given our large ongoing deficits and continuing transformation, what message does this send to staff whose work cannot be monetised in this way? The argument for harmonisation has been put forward because the paid car parks subsidise the unpaid, and therefore that's unfair. Whilst I understand the argument, the unpaid ones are low cost and don't get much maintenance. I do note, though, in para 118 on page 207, there's reference to harbour fees, where the council accepts that full cost recovery is unsustainable. So it's proposed to continue a service that will be subsidised by the taxpayer. I don't know what the residents of Frome think about that, especially as no one has considered shutting the harbours, even if we run them at a loss. And finally, I have to make comment on the process that has brought the parking strategy forward and into the budget so late in the day. The first I heard of it was the 16th of February. It went to scrutiny on the afternoon of the 24th, which was the deadline for making changes to the budget. Scrutiny rejected the proposals, and under our constitutional rights, Councillor Mansell and I wanted to bring forward an amendment to today's meeting, but have been prevented by a procedural quirk which was only fully explained yesterday, and I haven't had the chance to go through it. I hope the explanation holds water, because if it turns out that we were prevented by a wrong application of the rules, it potentially renders any decision taking on the budget today unsound and open to challenge. I also wonder what would have happened if we'd been able to keep the original budget to the original budget timetable. Would it have been too late to include parking, or has this proposal been withheld and it's so late until it is so late in the day that it cannot be opposed? I don't think it was included in the public budget consultation, despite being the third most used council service, if you look at the survey. And overall, I'm very disappointed that this minor but highly controversial matter seems to be being railroaded through. I find I'm left with little option, frankly, and this is ridiculous if you think about it, that if I want to oppose this parking strategy scheme and the proposal for charges, I am going to have to oppose the entire budget. And as things stand, that's what I intend to do. Thank you.
Okay, Diego.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. 22.84% is what the Lib Dems wanted to increase council tax by. That's what we've heard today. When we asked the Deputy Leader of Council at a recent scrutiny meeting if there was a specific figure on the council tax increase request in the letter that was sent to government, she clearly and categorically said no specific figure was asked. And that was from a meeting that we watched back just this morning. And then the leader also came in on video link shortly after saying no too. So just on that new bit of news on the video, I just not sure how we can trust what they say when the video recording shows that I believe the scrutiny committee was misled on that particular element. But on the budget, executive directors have had to sign statements saying that they will keep within budgets, but with no tangible sanction if they fail to do so, told to put in place delivery plans for savings in future years, but with no robust target on how much more they should save. Capital programmes have been delayed from 1 year to another, and we know that what £1 buys you today will not buy you the same next year. The budget being presented relies on making hundreds of job positions redundant, offloading services to town and parish councils, cutting resources that would deliver superfast broadband to some of our most rural areas, increasing parking charges across the county, reducing how often gullies are emptied and grass is cut, cutting council tax support to 12,000 working age adults, making them on average £400 a year worse off, and selling our assets, so far at a loss of £27 million, according to the BBC. We've been told we can carry on selling the assets this year to balance the books with a capitalisation direction of up to £63 million. And council tax will go up way above inflation, with Bridgewater sitting as the most expensive town or parish council in Somerset. These papers, as has been said, have been made available late. Meetings added, meetings moved. It took the leader 6 weeks from the moment he said he would write a letter asking the government for financial support to actually send the letter. And then we only got a response in recent days. Papers have been made available so late that we've not had the opportunity to put forward amendments to this heartbreaking Lib Dem budget. Therefore, I will be voting against it.
Can I give the leader the option of replying?
Yeah, by all means, and I haven't watched the video replay of the scrutiny committee, and I don't. My recollection isn't that those were the words that I used. Well, the words that I used was that I recall was that we put a range of options to government. The 22.84% figure refers to the amounts that we would have to raise council tax by in order to balance the budget through council tax alone. What we in fact asked for was the 5% for 24-25 and the 5% for 25-26, which would have made 10% overall. Let's also remember this is a negotiation with government. Now, I've not read Trump's The Art of the Deal. I'm not sure Donald Trump's read The Art of the Deal. However, if you're in a negotiation, you start high and you come down. It is the basics of negotiation, and to misrepresent the negotiation that we have taken place in the way that the opposition have. So, excuse me, Councillor Rodriguez, could you not speak over me, please? To misrepresent the negotiations that took place for all over the 6 weeks between the writing the letter, the request for the letter and the writing of the letter, it's a total misrepresentation of the process and the excellent negotiations that took place between the administration, our officers, civil servants and the government, with the support of 6 of our hardworking MPs in Somerset.
Lee Redman.
Yeah, thank you. I want to start by thanking officers for their time in this report. I'd like to have had more time to read it, but that's already been covered. I was hoping that this decision would see an end to the uncertainty our staff have suffered over the past months during change and restructure, but the uncertainty, I feel, goes on. I speak specifically to paragraph 23 on page 181 of our published papers. I'll ask members to check it out, but I'll read the important bit as I see it. It talks about the capitalisation direction letter, and the last part says, to secure this approval, the council must respond swiftly to implement the recommendations set out in the EFS Assurance Review Report conducted by CIPFA during 2024. And recently received from MHCLG. But also make reference to the last paragraphs of the Minister's letter on page 144, although the previous paragraph is the important bit, where he indicates, although not published, Somerset has had sight of the CIPFA report that includes recommendations. I could not bring my concerns up until now. The report has been mentioned frequently, but the paper adding to my doubt was not formally tabled until now, although my concerns, I think, impact the robustness of the Section 25 report. We have seen throughout the hundreds of budget pages, our 151 officer frequently used the term in principle. The point is often supported by then stating, subject to the conditions outlined in the letter. And additionally, failure to comply with recommendations may result in additional recommendations being made and/or intervention measures being taken by MHCLG. I asked myself, what could this mean? The council's worked hard to self-implement civil servants' guidance, doing to ourselves what commissioners may do if they were here, but we still find ourselves with a massive deficit this year and next. Then I read paragraph 23 on page 181. My concerns rose. It goes a bit further than the letter we are in receipt of with this year's offer. Paragraph 23 talks about a report recently received from MHCLG. What does the report say? What additional points is it recommending? Earlier, Councillor Leyshon made reference to the report in response to Mr. Bien's question. She indicated that it had not been published, but then indicated that our Chief Executive has had sight of it. The Minister's letter states that the report has been shared with Somerset. I ask again, what does the report say? What recommendations are included? Who else in Council, other than Mr. Starkey, has seen it? When will members have sight? It's likely to make recommendations for further cuts. We are already at the bone. We have already made clear that we are at the limit for the service we provide to residents. Chair, how can Council support a balanced budget when there is already in existence a report that is likely to recommend further changes to Council to enable a balanced budget next year that members have not had sight of? Recommendations that will need to be implemented swiftly in the new financial year. Chair, we've seen massive cuts to the size of our council. There is a report that has had limited circulation, a point that is concerning in itself, because in my head, if it was good news, we would have seen it by now. A report that I feel will have a further impact on the council and the service we provide residents. Chair, I will stop here and ask for a right to reply once I've heard the response. I've named Councillor Leyshon, but perhaps I might have the thoughts of a 151 officer on this report's recommendations, if she's seen it, and how the risk of the additional cuts recommended might sit in her Section 25 report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I was going to go to the Chief Executive. Yeah.
Thank you. I have had sight of the report. We're currently fact checking the report, and we need to feed back to MHCLG accordingly. They will have a process that they will be undertaking before they publish the report. It's their report, not ours. It's a report that they have conducted regarding Somerset Council as part of the exceptional financial support piece. So until they publish it, it's not within our gift to publish.
And if I could just add, for the avoidance of any doubt, in the Minister's letter that Councillor Redmond quoted, which is, I think, was it page 143, 144, which was received on 20th of February, that was the day we received the report. It was attached to that letter. That was the first time we'd seen it. So the statement of Section 25 statement from the Section 151 officer has been prepared with sight of that draft report. We've finished the fact checking internally and we're getting the responses back to them today. They will publish their report because it's their report and our report at the time they want to. They have told us, as you can see in that letter, not to share it until it's published. There is nothing in that report that we've seen, myself and the Section 151 officer and the monitoring officer, which causes any concern in terms of statement of robustness for the setting of this year's budget. Otherwise, that would have been reflected in the Section 25 statement that you just considered.
Did you want to come back, Lee, or does that answer it?
Chair, thank you. There's lots of confusion around this report, and for me, the biggest confusion is the fact that no one's seen it. As well, around the timeline of the report is also concerning. My understanding is that the report was actually generated early last year, because it's made reference to in the first letter with last year's letter from the Minister. But if it's no problems, if there's no issues, why haven't Council seen it? Chair, for many reasons, I'll be unable to support the proposed budget, but my main concern is about this report that we should all have seen so that we can weigh its potential impact. That would allow members to have all the information available to them to make an informed decision on this matter. That being the case with this point mainly, but there are others, but this is the main bit. I will be unable to support the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, just go back to Duncan just again.
Yeah, just to reiterate, Chair, this is not our report. This is a report that MHCLG commissioned from SIPFA. It was commissioned as a result of the application for exceptional financial support last year, and it was undertaken over effectively the summer period. We received the first draft version of that report to the Council with the Minister's letter on the 20th of February, i.e. last month. And we've gone back on the fact checking, I believe today, if not yesterday, it's one of those 2 days. So at some point, the government will publish their report. It is not our report, but anything that's in the draft we've seen that it was relevant to the Section 25 Statement of Robustness has been taken into account by the Section 151 officer before offering her opinion to you today. So I appreciate councillors may choose to interpret that position, but this is not a report councillors would usually have had benefit of in advance of any budget setting. This was a report Government Commission from an external body. It's their report, not ours to publish. As soon as it's published, it will be shared with absolutely everyone.
Andy Dingwell.
Thank you, Chair. 12 months ago, the leader of the council sat across from me and declared, in a tone that I'm sure terrifies students across the county, "I am angry, I am angry, I am angry." 12 months ago, the deputy leader started talking about the various heartbreaking and difficult decisions that would have to be made in order to balance the budget in 2025. We've heard much of the same every day since. 12 months ago, our then Section 151 officer filled us all with dread about the prospect of running out of the reserves that had been so carefully built up by the previous administration. But that was okay. That was okay, because 12 months ago, we were promised that the leadership and guidance of our Liberal Democrat colleagues would see us through. That while we would have to draw on reserves and sell off the family silver to get through 24, the hard work and effort of our Lib Dem administration would see order return in 25. A leaner, more focused council was promised, a council that would look very different but would balance the budget, a council cut down in size but delivering the services people need. This budget shows clearly one thing. The year that was dearly bought with the assets of Somerset has been wasted. Hard decisions that were promised would have been made have not been made. We are without direction. We are without leadership. A year or more focusing on almost nothing except the financial emergency, and we're presented today with a budget that spends a net £21 million more this year than we spent last year. 12 months ago, the leader said, "Vote for this budget or get out of our way." Well, Chair, in that year, not a vote brought to full council has fallen. Barely a policy hasn't passed in one form or another. And where are we now? The direction and leadership that should have been given to officers to properly reshape the council is entirely absent in this document. Where we might have taken the opportunity to genuinely transform, we miss it. Where we might have made space for charity and private sector organisations to better deliver the services that we can't afford to do anymore, we squat like a monstrous toad across the Somerset economy, tonguing up ever-increasing piles of our residents' cash, always asking for more and never giving anything back. And how much more are we asking for? A massive 7.49% is the number we're being asked to sign off today, but that is not all. Not only do we have that council tax increase, but there are increases in fees and charges across the board. We see a deeply unpopular parking charge policy, partly walked back already after councillors from every side of this council campaigned against it, but still introducing damaging new Sunday charges and the phasing out of free waiting bays, all for an unwanted, unnecessary and frankly illogical harmonisation plan. On top of this, in a letter that both leader and deputy leader assured me and assured the Corporate and Resource Scrutiny Committee contained no specific percentage figures, we discover there was in fact a specific request made of the Deputy Prime Minister that we raise council tax in Somerset by 22.84%. That means some of our Band D residents will pay more than £3,000 per year in council tax. The same letter asked for an above referendum limit increases next year too. So, Chair, to close, I'm going to echo our leader. I am angry that, again, I have to tell my residents about astronomical council tax rises. My colleagues are angry that the standards continue to fall while the council bleeds its best talent. You guys should be angry that this document fails to deliver your manifesto while failing to get a grip of the finances. And all of Somerset is angry that they once again have been let down by this absolute lack of leadership. And I will not be supporting this budget. I urge others to do the same.
Can I go to the leader, please?
I will repeat the response I gave to Councillor Dingwall at the Scrutiny Committee and that I've reiterated today. We went through a range of numbers that we gave to the government to be able to negotiate an above cap increase, a bespoke referendum principle for Somerset Council. That's a negotiation. I don't know how to explain it in any more simple terms. Maybe you need to get on Amazon and order a copy of Mr. Trump's book, or maybe not.
Dave Mansell.
Oops. Thank you, Chair. As has been said, this council desperately needs the government to sort out funding for social care and the whole local government finance system. It doesn't work. We've been waiting a long time and we are still waiting, and our situation gets worse. Meanwhile, though, we must set a balanced budget. For the second year running, though, we're only able to do that can only be done by selling capital assets, which does not solve the problem. It just moves it away by a year. This last year we've just been through has been painful, with the council organisation completely restructured, hundreds of posts lost, many through compulsory redundancy, and also, sadly, many good staff simply leaving. The medium-term financial strategy suggests we now have further painful years ahead, a budget gap of over 100 million in the year after, 26-27, growing to nearly 200 million by 2029-30. There are no clear plans to address these massive gaps, and it seems inevitable that further big cuts will be needed. We must note what is said in the two statutory recommendations. They clearly are important. At present, though, as has been said, we have no sight of the significant savings which the Chief Financial Officer says are needed. I have to say, it feels to me that the size of the gaps are just so great that it is really hard to see what is going to be cut to plug them. It does look an impossible task. We're told there's a pipeline of some things, but we've got no sight of them. We don't know what's there. Clearly, that pipeline is bad. It can't be good for Somerset. I feel I also have to say that there is starting to feel a risk that we are tipping into panic mode. And this is shown by rushing through new parking charges over the last 2.5 weeks. I will give genuine credit to Councillor Richard Wilkins. He has done his best to listen and grapple with the difficult decisions that have been suddenly needed, but this should not have been rushed through in the way that it has been. And I have to say that real problems remain. And what has now happened, and with this budget, income from the new charges, well, no, firstly, the point I wish to make is income from the new charges has not already been delivered. That was something the Chief Financial Officer said we should be doing, but we're not. They're going to be tried to be delivered next year. We don't know whether they can be. But in the proposed budget in front of us, there is now a commitment to achieve the income from the executive decision which was taken on Monday, and the amounts are given in Appendix B1 on page 283. Another really big problem with this is that the impacts of these charges have not been assessed or even identified. I do have to say that in Rivliscombe and Milverton, 3 of the 3 car parks identified for charges are residential. One in particular, not entirely, but to a large extent, they are residential. They are not like car parks everyone seems to be talking about. It's not understood what the local situation is. They have long been used by people who live nearby. And I'll have to say, many of those people are amongst the poorest sections of our community. The impacts on those people, many who will have low incomes and other vulnerable people, is not adequately addressed in the Equalities of Impact Assessment, which is on page 558. I notice that it's still the old version of the EIA in the report, the one that doesn't even list charging in free car parks as one of the changes that's going to occur. In some ways, it doesn't make too much difference. In my view, that Equalities Impact Assessment, which is part of the budget papers, or even if the right one was there, is woeful. It is one of the worst EIAs I have ever seen. Unbelievable. Now, what we are left with, and clearly this is what we now have to do, we have to make the best of where we're at, but I deeply regret the position we've been put into. We have to hope that meaningful consultation will now follow on the new charges and that the corrections can be made. But it's a big concern that the income savings are being committed to in this budget. As was recommended by scrutiny, the consultation should have occurred before and not after the decision. At the very least, there should have been early engagement with the division members as required by the Constitution. If we had been asked, we would have flagged up the problems straight away. We were not. So, on that, I don't believe the income savings from the new parking charges are robust or safe, and that is one reason I will not be supporting this budget. There are a few other reasons I'll quickly list. These are that there's less support to be offered through the council tax reduction scheme, page 286. I have concerns about the booking system that's going to be introduced to recycling centres, which looks terribly bureaucratic, and I do wonder for what saving from just doing that on its own. On the other hand, I have to note as well that there has meant to have been savings delivered through the recycling centres contract, and they've not been achieved, page 321. They're being carried forward though, and I think there is something that can be achieved there. It won't be something we'd want to do, but there is something to be done there, and yet we've been failing to deliver it. I also very concerned, and these have been mentioned, that there's going to be reductions in the highways maintenance budget, which to me already looked overstretched. That's page 292. I could list more. To conclude, the last year has been painful, but future years continue to look very grim. This budget does not give reassurance, and I cannot support it.
Lucy Trimnall.
Thank you, Chair. So our leader has spoken about the art of the deal, but I'm not sure how artful asking for 22.84% is, whilst also stating that you'll settle for 10%. I suppose it transitioned from unbearably worse to dreadfully worse to a 7.49%, still much worse. Anyway, I digress. I asked the executive this week why the decision on the implementation of parking charges does not come to full council. The revenues and costs seem to have been allocated within the budget papers based on a decision taken on Monday by the 9-member executive, and yet all 110 councillors will be held to account for this decision. I have already received a number of emails and verbal inquiries and complaints, and I'm sure most councillors will have had the same. As parking charges form part of this budget, I feel that our named vote on this budget will incidentally serve as our endorsement of this parking policy. Therefore, it's not just my deep concern about the 7.49% council tax rise that forms the basis of my decision to not support the budget, but the introduction of parking charges as well.
Thank you. Simon Carswell.
Thank you, Chair. Wasn't expecting it to be so quick. Just a few comments. Just to reiterate, the local government funding model is broken. Any business whose expenditure exceeds its income will eventually fail. Any business whose costs are increasing by 10% but are capped on how much they can raise prices to 5% will fail. I would welcome an alternative budget that addresses the projected shortfalls without increasing council tax by the allowed amount. If one can be provided, I will happily clean all the windows of every councillor in this building for free. I am constantly being stopped in the street by residents thanking me for putting more money in their pockets by freezing council tax for 6 years. One resident thanked me and said they were grateful for the additional money and that they realised that because of this, their grandchildren could no longer attend a children's centre for activities and help and advice. However, as her own children had done so. However, they were grateful for that extra money in their pocket. She also advised me that her mother had been in hospital with a fractured ankle due to tripping over a pothole. Unfortunately, due to the closure of her residential home, Due to being unviable, she had to remain in hospital for the time being, despite being fully recovered. But she thanked me for the extra money in her pocket. I said that I couldn't take the credit, as I wasn't a councillor at the time, but I would pass on her thanks for the 6 years council tax freeze, for which nobody wants to take credit. Thank you.
Marcus Barr.
Thank you, Chair. Just put it on record, I probably am the best window cleaner in Somerset at the moment, so no, I'm just joking. On a more serious point, Wellington Town Council have had to put their council tax up by over 150% over the last 2 years, and that was to help with the public toilets, the green spaces, and we've taken on a lot of services from Somerset Council. In respect, we probably had to put our council tax up by just short of £1 million a year. But when I look at the finances from the toilet closures, what Somerset Council don't do anymore, or the green spaces, they're only saving £800,000. Well, that's got to cost more than the total cost of all councils across Somerset. So I'd like to know why it's only £800,000. I get really nervous. Well, secondly, car parking charges. If our old Somerset West and Taunton colleagues would know, Castle Green in Taunton, the car park there would make £1 million a year. It's been grassed over. Why can you not ungrass it and put a car park there? You wouldn't need to put any charges on at all, because that would cover the £800,000 that you're going to make in the first year. That £1 million would excess more. This council, or this administration or council, is, as I would put it, not looking at businesses and actually trying to get themselves out of a hole. They are just trying to blame people, other people, and just look at just putting council tax up. You have an opportunity here to build 40,000 new houses every year. That's what the Deputy Prime Minister would like. If you build 40,000 new houses every year for the next 5 years, that would generate over £200 million just in council tax, which would get you out of a big hole. So instead of just trying to cut and put pressure on car parking and little bits of amount of money, why don't we try to build our way out of this and actually invite businesses to come to Somerset, like Gravity and other businesses, like they did in Swindon with Honda back in the 80s. It just seems pointless. And also, Springfield Road in Wellington, there's a car park. I'm really glad to Dave Mansell for reminding me of this. There's a little car park at the end of the road. It's not a car park, it's just a piece of wasteland that the Somerset Council own. Is there any way that Wellington Town Council could buy that small plot of land so we wouldn't have to charge our residents to park on that small piece of land, please? If that could be sorted out, that would be great. And I will finish speaking. Thank you, everyone.
Can I go to Mike Rigby, please?
Thank you, Chair. 40,000 homes a year, eh? That's a new Taunton every year in Somerset. I'd look forward to hearing Councillor Barr's suggestions as where we might host a new Taunton every single year. It's 4,000, not 40,000. So I can understand why Councillor Barr hasn't submitted his own budget with counting like that.
Rob Reid.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a very interesting debate with lots of good points made from all over the room. Indeed, it's very easy to get bogged down in detail when you look at a budget. I'd like to step back and ask the simple question: what are we here for? What's this council here to do? And the answer is quite simple. Adult social care, we've got to do it. Pressures are increasing. Children's social care, children Somerset are our future. They have to be nurtured. Education of our children, I'm sure there are school governors here in this room that can tell you about the pressures of running a school. We've got to repair the highways. I'm sure every councillor here is sick of hearing about potholes. And looking after heritage assets, which has seemed to have dropped off everybody's radar. The grade 2 listed medieval cross in Evercreech, for example, is now in a perilous state, and the council can't even afford a fence to keep the public safe. So we are in desperate need of money, as we've heard. Things aren't going to improve very quickly, as we've heard. But this budget it's not perfect. It is a step in the right direction. I hope we can continue to work in the way we're going, and I will be voting to approve it. Thank you, Chair.
Fran Smith.
Thank you very much. I will start by saying I will be supporting the budget, but I am concerned, as several others are, regarding the loss of free parking and the parking charges on Sundays, especially for the area that I represent in Taunton. I am, however, confident that the executive will take into consideration the results of any consultations and issues raised before implementing those charges. Thank you.
Dave Wone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by paying tribute to our officers and directly involved members for the unbelievable amount of work that's gone in to deliver this balanced budget. And I cannot even begin to comprehend the amount of work that's been done at an unbelievable pace. Time during this procedure was definitely not on anyone's side, and difficult decisions needed to be made very quickly. Anyway, I digress. Amongst the open, somewhat blunt and cynical criticism of efforts solely focused at securing choice for the people of Somerset, the nitpicking over points of procedure and the number crunching, I've yet to hear anything constructive in the way of alternative strategies to avert a 114. It's easy to criticise and snipe from the sidelines, and it's easy when it suits you to ignore the elephant in the room, which is, everyone knows, is adult social care and a broken council tax system. So can I take it that those in opposition to this paper today are, by the absence of any credible alternative, tacitly in support of throwing the towel in and for the commissioners to come in and remove the choice of the people of Somerset? I, for one, will be supporting this budget and the continuation of choice for the people of Somerset.
Ross Henley.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, I can even hear myself. Bit of echoing. I do apologise. I'll try and move the microphone away a bit. It's right in front of me. Okay. We know there are two. Oh, what's going on here? I'll try and turn off and try again. Can you hear me? Okay. So I think there are two reasons here which are outstanding, really, in terms of the broken system of the funding for adult social care, which is a national problem, and the government's kicking it into the long grass for another 3 years is most unhelpful. Until that is fixed, we are going to be in desperate situation, and more local upper tier authorities are going to slip into this situation very sadly. The utter denial from the other side of the council, the Conservative group, in terms of their 6-year council tax freeze is absolutely shocking. They sit here and have the nerve to ask lots of questions and make sniffy and sniping points, but where is the alternative? And we hear from some of their leading councillors about trying to defence of the policy of freezing council tax for 6 years. Yes, it is true that some councils and one or two and upper tier local authorities did freeze their council tax for some time. I think this is an initiative by Eric Pickles to launch this. He was the Secretary of State for Communities back in 2010. I think all upper tier local authorities froze their council tax the first year. The second year, Surrey and Cambridgeshire County Council refused to because they had the foresight to see where this was going. And each year, county councils dropped off this bizarre and bonkers scheme to freeze their council tax, leaving just Somerset, I believe, that froze its council tax for 6 years and denied the budget for Somerset County councillors was to invest and support local services of tens and tens of millions of pounds, probably over £100 million over the 6-year period. And really, frankly, I believe the Conservative group is abrogating its responsibility by not bringing forward alternative budget proposals and making rather silly and bizarre excuses of why you couldn't come forward with any proposals. The offer is always there to work with officers to come forward with alternative budget proposals. You've abrogated your responsibility. You came up with nothing. You have no ideas how to deal with the financial situation. And I fear we would long been into 114 territory with a Conservative administration, which can name no ideas whatsoever on how you would manage the budget. You have no ideas. You have no responsibility in terms of how you have managed the budget. And I said this in another place, sadly, a few years ago, and I will repeat this again. Everything I learned from Conservative administrations on how to have council handle council finance money was written on the back of a postage stamp, and a second-class one at that.
Hazel Prior-Sankey.
Thank you, Chair. I simply can't let this opportunity go to pay tribute to the officers and the lead group on all the work they've done with this finance to try and get us to this legal budget that we're about to set today. And I hope it will be set, and I am supporting it. I'm glad that somebody has eventually taken the bull by the horns and is moving towards Sunday car parking charges, because in Taunton on Cricket Day and at Christmas you cannot find a space. You cannot find a space because they are completely full. And if you think of the lost revenue with all those people being in the town, well, then it's just crazy. And a lot of people have said to me, I can't believe you're in financial difficulty if you're not charging for parking on a Sunday. So I am pleased to see that. I do see a slight issue, though, with fly tipping. If we really are going to move to a system of booking it at the household waste recycling centres, people will just tip, or they'll put it in the bin. They'll put it a bit in the bin each week, every 3 weeks, and they'll get rid of their waste. Because for some people, going online and trying to book is still quite difficult. And I am really concerned that in every sphere of life, whether it's doctor's appointments or whatever it is, constantly having to go online to book an appointment or book something in is completely and utterly making those perhaps elderly people who are not computer literate, it's isolating them. It's taking away their ability to live their lives independently, and they're having to rely on neighbours or friends or their children to actually do those things for them. And it's across society, and I thought we were standing against that kind of thing as a council, but clearly that seems to be going by the board. So I would speak and urge caution in this inexorable move towards everything being online and having to book everything. And I think we will reap the benefits of that in extra fly tipping or just more waste, because people will simply put it in their bins, because we have so little waste now that there's often room in the bin to sneak something else in. So I just am wary of that, but I think it is a workable budget and I will be supporting it. And if only some of you could hear yourselves speaking, you would cringe. Thank you.
Tony Locke.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to follow on from Dave Wonan from Hazel, really. And it's no news, really, that we are in the situation that we are in. It's a situation which we are in. We have to take measures going forward. But I want to go back a few years, because it's been said here that this authority should, look to generate money and look to generate income and raise some money. And there's not many left who was part of a scrutiny committee, which I was a part of, with the late Mike Lewis. And back in the days when they were selling off our land, the county farms and everything all over the area, we carried out a task in View Group on how we could utilise the land to generate income and to earn income for this authority. It might not have solved all the problems which we're in today, but it would have contributed to it. But when you take that with the 6-year council tax, it's it all adds up. And the answer we had, which was quite astounding, really, and I know there's one person in this room who's not too far from me at this moment who would back this up, because I know he was sat in the room. The answer we had was, and I won't use names, but from a responsible councillor in the room, was this authority is not in the business of making money. But it's just an example. And then you hear the criticisms today of what we should do and what have you. Well, I'll leave it there. And I should be supporting the budget because we are where we are and we have to take measures to try to stabilise. Thank you.
Thank you. Graham Oakes.
Thank you, Chair. The first time I've addressed the council as a member of the exec, and I have to say, obviously, my first run through a budget process in that role. Can I, obviously, like others, thank the finance team, all of the finance team, for the amount of work, and my personal thanks to Councillor Lation for the explanation she's been giving me on how the budget system works. I found this afternoon's debate interesting, and it's contained many of the features I've seen over the years in council meetings. Firstly, some very well crafted speeches that were written 2 or 3 days ago and that didn't take account of what was being said at the time. You can tell by my speech that I didn't write this 2 or 3 days ago because I didn't actually know what people would say and whether there was a need to respond, but there clearly is, because the leader of the council answered a point and then it was challenged again, even though it had been answered. And I think it lets down the council when people do that. I think it's a waste of our time and it doesn't play well outside of this chamber when normal members of the public go, why are you asking a question you've just been given the answer to? It makes even the House of Commons look sensible, and that takes some doing. The things that have struck me about it, firstly, is the scale of paper, virtual paper, that I've been deluged with, and the questions I've had to ask, which to try and understand this process. And like I said, there's been an awful lot of tolerance of me because I am new within that role. But on occasions, I've been in the room with members of the opposition who are getting the same information. And all those people needed to do was to think about what they're being told to decide if they wanted an alternative. To simply say, nah, is not acceptable. It's irresponsible. It's childish politics. And I think the people of Somerset deserve better. So just a few of the key points I noticed today. The administration have been accused of being too slow and too fast at the same time. Too fast to bring in a policy, too slow to bring in savings. This is actually contradicting themselves. And I won't point out that it's necessarily the same person actually making that point. But it is difficult for others to understand why that's doing. A similar example of saying hard decisions have not been made. I don't think there's a single person who stood for election to get on this council to make people redundant. I've had to look those people in the eye, talk to people who were about to leave or who were worried about losing their jobs. In the past, I've been made redundant, and I can tell you, when you hear that nonsense about it's not you, it's the role, it's me that lost my job and it's them that lost their job. So please, please do not suggest that this council is not capable of making hard decisions. We've made decisions that we have to live with because of the financial situation. Nobody, well, hopefully nobody got on this council to try and make people redundant. We knew that we'd need to lose people, but the scale and the reality when you meet and get to know those people is something that's hard. If you don't think it's hard, well, then you're a different person to me. Parking. I know it's emotive, but when you say you won't support the budget because of I'm sure correct me on this, 0.0006% of the budget is being covered by this policy. I can't support older people getting care. I can't support children getting care because there's a car park in my division where they might charge. So they can all go to hell. Oh, and that's the first. And the final thing that tickled me, and it did, but I think sometimes people, even when they've pre-written a speech, reveal more about themselves than they wanted to. When the point was being made about the scale of the council tax rise, and the expression was used, and I wrote it down, I said, just to keep the council going. Just to keep the council going. What the hell are we here for if it's not to keep the council going? We have to run it as efficiently as we can, not because we like being councillors, not because we want to employ lots of staff, but because of the people who desperately need our services. Oh, and by the way, if you look at Milverton on the deprivation scale, you're not in the top 20 in Somerset. Come to my ward. Sorry. Wiveliscombe, sorry. You're not in the top 20 in Wiveliscombe either. I checked the government's figures because I know like that, but apart from that, it was a good speech, Dave. So it's a difficult time, and I can understand why people are reacting like they are. But this council does not have the choices that some people think they may have. We have to get this budget through. It has to be got through today. And I hope that councillors in all parties will support this budget.
Tom Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to start by just echoing the thanks for our leader, our deputy leader, and all officers who have inputted into the budget process. It is a monumental piece of work in the circumstances, and they should all be commended for the diligence with which they've undertaken that duty. I always come into these budget meetings in the true hope that they don't descend into meaningless point scoring and disingenuous commentary. But once again, our opposition have, shown their true colours on that. Claims of no leadership, no direction, not wanting to take the hard decisions, but then criticising those hard decisions, not presenting an alternative. Fine, may disagree with the direction, but to say that there's no leadership, no direction is disingenuous and is frankly wrong. As elected politicians, shouldn't we all at least have the humility to be aware that we may have made decisions in the past that impact today? We should all be able to do that. We won't get everything right. And you know what? That's okay, because humans aren't perfect. So do you know what? I'd have more respect for someone who stood up and said, you know what? Yeah, 6-year council tax freeze, maybe it wasn't quite the right idea for the reasons you've specified, but we still think things could be better. I mean, let's not forget who set us on the path for unitary in the first place. I mean, honestly, the lack of humility, the public watching, I just think it is bonkers. National governments, frankly, of all colours, have let local government down. Every one of them. And I just sincerely hope that Prime Minister Starmer and the current Labour government really do understand the issue and get a grasp on it. They haven't to date, but I just hope. 30 councils now receiving exceptional financial support. That's not exceptional. That's now run-of-the-mill financial support, and it has to be solved. Councillor Oakes made a very good point on the parking. Be careful what you wish for to vote against this budget for that single issue of parking. Think of the alternative. The budget fails, we enter section 114, commissioners come in, and before you know it, you've not only got your Sunday charging, you've also got your overnight charging back on as well. That's what could happen. So be very careful. I'm not happy with everything in this budget. I'm not overly happy with the parking proposals. I'm not overly happy with the changes to the council tax reduction scheme. But what I am committed to do is to work constructively with our leadership, with the executive, to get to the best possible outcome for my residents. That's the right thing to do, and to not support this budget today will only add more pressure to our residents, and particularly the most vulnerable.
Mike Rigby.
It's interesting, isn't it, that the opposition has found the time to sit around the telly watching YouTube clips of council meetings, but not to produce any suggestions as to what they'd have done differently with the budget. Not one. We should apparently not be cutting any service, nor increasing any fees and charges. But remember, it's that kind of financial genius that led to the premature loss of the lettuce that they briefly installed in Downing Street. Of course, it sounds wonderful, doesn't it, to freeze council tax for 6 years? But as ever, the Conservative group fails to appreciate the long-term impact of their short-sighted decisions. Actions have consequences, and we Liberal Democrats are now in the position of dealing with the consequences of the previous administration's desperation to cling on to power by freezing council tax for so long. But even with the proposed council tax rises, our bills will remain below that of our neighbours, hundreds of pounds so in some cases. And can I gently ask the opposition to stop emulating their current leader? When the answer to a question is given, as the leader has done with the letter to MHCLG, it saves your embarrassment if you're sufficiently quick to understand what has been said and adapt what you'd practiced saying to reflect that new information. None of us wants to increase council tax or cut services, but that's the reality of the national framework within which we operate. Government forces us to provide a range of services without enabling us adequately to fund their provision. I suspect that everyone in this room, secretly in some cases, understands that basic premise, even if some of them pretend otherwise. I think that everyone involved, officers and members, and I'll pick out Bill, Liz, Duncan, Maria and Nikki, have done an exceptional job of leading the construction of a budget that keeps so many of our services intact in such difficult circumstances, and I'll be supporting its adoption today.
John Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. John Bailey, Martock. I will be supporting the budget, and I would like to personally applaud the time and the effort that's gone in from officers and lead members. I would like to focus on parking particularly, and it's a concern of mine, has been for many years, that when we look at policies that come down from central government, they are very urban orientated and seldom rural. We're in a rural county. And I would just like to take issue with the word harmonisation, and I'm hopeful that the promise of discussions going forward about parking and the current things that have happened this week will be helpful. But there are differences in urban parking from rural. Urban parking will raise quite a bit of money and changing the charges. Rural will raise very, very little, will cost an awful lot to police. It's also where people park and residents park, and it's been said by one of the earlier members speaking, and I think we need to recognise, because we are a party that will look at the differences between the elements in the county from urban to rural, and also recognise we're a rural county, that we look at the parking policy on the same basis. And otherwise I will be supporting the budget going forward. Thank you very much.
Claire Sully.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supporting the budget. I trust what our executive and officers have proposed with a clear, heavy burden of responsibility. I truly believe they've done this with integrity and with the best of intentions for our residents. To twist it feels unjust and feels like a blame game. I want to feel confident that we will continue to review and improve council processes like pothole reporting, our information management within the council and communications, and that we will work together to improve the services we deliver where we can. Dentistry in Somerset is currently facing a crisis, as reported by NHS Somerset, a part of Somerset Integrated Care Board, ICB, which is responsible for planning and delivering local health services. In a stark warning delivered to Somerset Council and Adults and Health Scrutiny Committee on the 27th of February, they said the gap between patient needs and the availability of dental services in Somerset is likely to persist. And they asked Somerset Council to advocate reform to dentistry contracts. I ask that all parties work together and we work to solve the pressing challenges for our residents, that opposition parties reconsider a short-term political point scoring, which I believe Somerset residents see through.
Okay, Tom Power.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have my eyes on a paper from the Taunton Deane Borough Council, which is a full council which held on the 21st of Feb 2012, which is going back to the point that Councillor Ross Henley says, and he says, "We believe freezing council tax is the right thing to do," which, well, you know. So let's go over appropriating the blame and start taking responsibility for the future, which is in your control. Thank you.
Dawn Johnson. Ross.
Very much you regret naming me. When I was leader, you think you got your dates wrong, actually. I was leader of the Taunton Deane Borough Council in 2008 when we froze council tax for 1 year. We made that decision. This was before the world financial crisis. I have to say it was probably on balance the right decision then for 1 year. I was not the leader of the council of the in 2012, but the Conservatives were running the council in 2012, Taunton Deane Borough Council. But we did not make the folly of freezing council tax for 6 years and actually depriving Somerset's residents of tens of millions of pounds, probably one over 100 millions of pounds, and putting us in the financial parlous state we are now. That's on you.
Dawn Johnson.
Okay, thank you. I will echo what so many have said, appreciating and respecting the hours and hours of work that officers and councillors have put in to create this budget. They have given over their weekends, their family time, as so many people do not appreciate the amount of hours people put into this work at the sacrifice of their own lives for the benefit of the people of Somerset. And if you want to talk about people taking responsibility, that is what those people have done. They have taken responsibility for the people of Somerset by dedicating hours of their life and their work towards setting a budget that would prevent us from being in an S114 situation. Now, you know, the people of Somerset do deserve more than political point scoring on this matter. I'm sorry, I'm not happy with hearing what I'm hearing when we are here to discuss a budget. Let's get this back into focus. 30 councils across England sought exceptional financial support across all political parties. It is not a political matter. And to try and make out that we would have done better if we'd been in power, you can't say that when there are so many councils of mixed political management that are in this situation. It's not a politics matter. It is a matter of complete underfunding of councils to do the jobs that they are expected to do. The figures don't balance. It's as simple as that. And to disrespect the amount of work that has gone into this budget, I'm really, really bothered by that, because these people deserve our applause for what they have tried to do. And for those that say to me, and I've had these conversations, I can't support the budget, I say to them, have you any idea what an S114 would look like for the people of Somerset? Because by deciding to not support a budget on something like parking, it may be something bigger than that they object to, but give me that detail. What are you actually objecting to? Because that's what I'm not hearing. What are the bits of it that you would do differently? And that's where the discussion should be focused. And if that's the basis that you're not going to support an S114 situation, I just don't understand your thinking. I'm so sorry.
Adam Boyden.
Thank you, Chair. Adam Boyden, Frome North. I just wanted to say a few things. So thank you to the finance team, particularly the Interim Chief Finance Officer and the leadership of this council and the exec and all the finance team for basically going through everything line by line and making sure that we have a balanced budget that we can keep the council going for another year, because it's been an epic amount of work. We can all see that. Particularly, it's very hard to hear criticism of our leadership, Bill in particular, because with the exec, Bill and Liz and the finance officers, we are very lucky to have them and to be able to get the work through. So I want to say thank you to them, but also to the staff, many of whom, some of whom are leaving their posts. We are very lucky to have hard-working staff dedicated to Somerset and the people in it. It's very hard to see anyone go, particularly when you've known them for years. It's very hard to see residents having to pay any more council tax, and it's very hard to see a lot of the things that are going. But it's good to see that there's some devolution has been happening and will be happening to our city, town and parish councils. So I thank the devolution team, the transformation team for that, because you can see where the council tax is going more locally when parish and town and city councils are spending it, and they indeed are taking over assets and services to make sure that the things that people value most in their areas can keep going. And this is because our council has done this rather than alternative has simply closed things down. But also a bit of a question, I suppose. If if say the opposition, the main opposition group have their way and this budget is voted down, I'm assuming in a few days, without an alternative, because they haven't proposed an alternative budget, no one has. In a few days, the finance officer has to submit a section 114. So if you're thinking of voting against this budget with no alternative in place and no alternative proposals, you are effectively voting for a section 114. So I think that is the case. Am I not right? Thank you. So when you're thinking about voting, bear that in mind, please. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Benty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I've got two things I want to say, that I'm not going to reveal now what I'm going to vote for. And I didn't think that we were sitting here one by one to say whether we were for or against and how we were going to vote. So that I think is not very nice. And then I would say that I would like to propose that we now go to the vote, and then you will have to guess what I will vote. Because unless I can call
Can I just say, I have 3 more people that haven't spoken that are on the list. We'll take those 3, then we will go to the vote.
Can I just say that time is running, it's 4:30 now. And we
Yes,
have got to be
I am
out by
aware of the
5.
time, and if you speak, it'll go on even longer. I'm going to take Matt Martin, Stephen Page and Mark Healy in that order. So Matt Martin, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got nothing to add to the budget questions. I'm not as qualified as those that have already spoken on both sides of the room. But it's more a message to, I guess, the public and the media that are undoubtedly watching this. And this is an interesting time in that this might be a point where politics in Somerset starts to grow up and become less divided, I suppose. Some comments that come forward from the public, from our friends over the other side, whoever it might be, and some friends in my own party as well, in our own group. It sounds like they think that Bill and Liz sit in a dark and smoke-filled room like some Dr. Evil, thinking up ever more amusing ways of making people's lives in Somerset miserable. This is not the case. They go out of their way to do things to do as much as they can for as many people as possible. And sometimes it doesn't work out. There are only so many biscuits in the tin. And I wish more people, we're all going to have to answer questions on this budget over the next few weeks with our public, the people that come to us. Nobody wants to do this, but it's pragmatic. It's not idealistic. As somebody said a moment ago, we don't want to do it, but sometimes you've got to do stuff you don't want to do. And this is one of those moments where Liz has had to do it. I'll be voting for the budget. Thank you.
Stephen Page.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen Page, Somerton. I will be supporting the budget. We've had some interesting points from different sides in the room, but as somebody has already said, we need to move forward. We owe it to, particularly to the young people of Somerset. Some are in care outside the county. And one of our proposals is to try to bring them back in to where they should be. Also for the adults in need of social care, and there are plans to try and improve their care. We need to move forward. We need to support this budget. And I'd also echo the comments in support of all the work that Liz and Maria and the officers have done, and Bill, getting us to where we are. We've had no real alternative views from the Conservative group. They remind me of a sort of range of extinct volcanoes who are just sitting there spluttering away with no concrete ideas. And the risk is, if we have their way, we'll have a 114 notice, which would be disastrous. They need to grow up. Okay, thank you.
Mark Healy.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I don't want to go on about car parks. That's been thrashed to death. What I'd like to do is propose a different alternative, because a while ago somebody was talking about recycling centres, having to book into a recycling centre. How many people actually go to work that can't get there during the day? So are we then going to pay the people that work on our behalf in the tips, are going to stay late at night? I'd like to make a proposal
let's not put the charges up on the car park. Years ago, and some people remember this, there was a recycling centre in Western Zoyland, which is now shut, and you used to pay £2 a throw to go in there, and it was very well received. Why don't we do the same now? Put a meagre charge on people going to the tip, then reduce the cost of going to the car parks. Just an idea.
Bill?
Yeah, I can immediately respond to that, Councillor Healy. And yeah, I would have described the location of the recycling centre as being Middlezoy, not Western Zoyland, but let's not get pedantic. It was tried by a previous administration until the government declared that it was illegal. So unfortunately, we are not in a position to break the law, Councillor Healy. Sorry.
Okay, right. Other people now are wanting to come in, but Benty put forward a proposal which has been seconded by Mike Rigby that we should move to the vote. Can I see a show of hands? All those in favour? Anyone against? Any abstentions? Right, we'll move to the vote, but I need to go back to the leader and the deputy leader first. Just the deputy leader. Oh, you didn't reserve your right, so it's back to Liz, yeah.
I'll mop up the leader's tears.
I was named several times during the debate and didn't respond, Chair.
If you're very quick, then Bill, go for it.
Thank you. A number of comments about my leadership of this council, and if the opposition do wish to propose a motion of no confidence in my leadership, then that is within their right. And I note that they haven't. I would emphasise that we have seen an LGA peer report which has 36 references to leadership, none of which are critical. I would remind them that the County Council Network has asked me to speak on their behalf to the House of Commons Select Committee because of my leadership on local government finance. That I've been invited to be a local government association peer to go to other councils. I'm particularly looking forward to going to visit Conservative controlled Shropshire and Surrey. And I'll finish off with an Ian Little Granger quote. I've nothing but praise for the council's approach. It's going to have to make some pretty horrible decisions in an attempt to avoid going bankrupt, and he had full confidence in my leadership.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Chair. I could spend another 20 minutes going back over some of these points, but I won't, because I think the debate has been at times illuminating, but it does not move us any further forward towards a sustainable council. So I proposed this budget and council tax setting and the Treasury management papers as well. So the entire suite of papers for budget and council tax setting for 25-26. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The proposals have been seconded and proposed. This is a named vote, so I would get Scott now to read out the names.
Thank you, Chair. So again, if councillors could indicate by stating whether they are for, against or abstaining. I shall start initially with Councillor Ashton. Apologies for the pronunciation, Councillor Ujla. I can, thank you. Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Barr. Councillor Best.
For.
Councillor Bolt. Councillor Boyden. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bruce. Councillor Burt. Councillor Butt Phillip.
For.
Councillor Carswell.
For.
Councillor Carville. Councillor Chilcott. Councillor Barry Clark. Councillor Clayton. Councillor Coles.
For.
Councillor Collins. Councillor Cook-Woodman. Councillor Cottle. Councillor Dance, Councillor Davies, Councillor Deakin, Councillor Denton, Councillor Dimmery, Councillor Dingwall, Councillor Dunk, Councillor Ellis, Councillor Farberhy, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Filmer, Councillor Grimes, Councillor Hadley, Councillor Ham, Pauline Ham, Councillor Hart, Councillor Healy, Councillor Height, Councillor Hendry, Councillor Henley, Councillor Hewitson, Councillor Hobbs, Councillor Hobhouse, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Keach, Councillor Kendall, Councillor Curley, Councillor Cravis, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Leyshon, Councillor Locke, Councillor Lovell, Councillor Mansell, Councillor Martin, Councillor Messenger, Councillor Munt, Harry Munt, Councillor Tessa Munt, Councillor Murphy, Councillor Nicholson, Councillor O'Donnell, Councillor Oakes, Councillor Osborne,
Against.
Councillor Page, Councillor Patrick, Councillor Payne, Councillor Pilston, Councillor Perry, Councillor Potts-Jones, Councillor Power, Councillor Price-Sankey, Councillor Pugsley, I believe Councillor Purbrick's left, Councillor Wesreed, Councillor Redman, Councillor Rob Reed, Councillor Evans, Councillor Rigby, Councillor Robbins, Councillor Rodriguez, Councillor Roundell Green, Councillor Seeb, Councillor Shearer, Councillor Smedley, Councillor Fran Smith, Councillor Smith Roberts, Councillor Snell, Councillor Soughton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Andy Sully, Councillor Claire Sully, Councillor Trimnell, Councillor Whale,
Against.
Councillor Wilkins, Councillor Wone, Councillor Woods,
Against.
Councillor Wren, finally Councillor Wyke. And just to check, and by all means, other colleagues are also monitoring that vote. Happy to check my numbers, but in terms of the vote, numbers for 59, number against 34, number of abstentions 2. Therefore, the vote is carried.
Thank you very much. Okay, as that item ran for just over 2 hours, and to keep within time constraints, I'm going to give you a 10-minute short comfort break, and then we'll plough through the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
The sound's gone online. Oh no.
You're not being broadcast to the nation.
I'll finish now.
It's on. Keep going.
Thank you, Chair. In all those cases, support for the proposal has been cross-party and deliberately cross-party because we've wanted to get a political consensus. As colleagues will be aware, we were not selected for the priority programme. A number of reasons have been given for that, and we move on to try and continue those conversations with government. But I would request the council support this proposal in the recommendation. I've been given advance notice of an amendment from the opposition, which I'm quite happy to accept into the motion to make it part of the substantive. I believe there was also, when this came before scrutiny, there was a request for it to revisit scrutiny at a future point, and I'm very happy for that to happen as well. And I wonder whether Councillor Rodriguez could read out the suggested amendment, please.
Okay, go over to you, Councillor Rodriguez.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a small amendment to part 1 of the recommendation, which will read, while remaining open to working with other authorities outside the Wessex area where it is demonstrably beneficial to Somerset. This is just that we're widening the net if we need to, if we have to, that's all.
Okay, thank you. You accept that?
I'm very happy to accept that into the substantive. We work with all our neighbours because good neighbours become good. Oh, there's a song about that, isn't there? And very happy to accept that in. So formally proposed, and I believe the opposition will second.
Yes, Mandy.
Thank you very much. I am happy to second this paper. I think we read in it that there's a real incentivisation to work towards this. And I think for all of us in the room, with any extra money that this would bring to the locality in any way, I think would be most welcome. And I think that's something we can all agree on this afternoon. So happy to second the motion.
Thank you, Grilwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is working, I think. Yes, as somebody who worked with a long defunct organisation called the South West Regional Assembly, I am interested in any sort of pan-regional bodies that come forward. If you recall, the South West Regional Assembly was established in the late 1990s by the then Labour government and then systematically dismantled when the government changed in 2010. It had done a reasonable amount of good work. I suppose what I want to know really is that whether there are any substantive differences between what the Regional Assembly was doing or how it was formed, but also want to know whether there is cross-party support for a body like this, because we do in this country specialise in the sort of set something up, knock it over, set it up again, knock it over again. We seem to go around the tracks time and time again trying to find the sweet spot, which is always eluding us. So I would be grateful if the leader has a sense of whether this has the mayoral devolution or regional devolution proposals have broadly cross-party support before we get sucked too deeply into it to be ejected again in 4 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And yes, the South West Regional Assembly is remembered with fondness by some. This is where the government proposal is at the moment. It's not dissimilar to where the previous government was in its direction of travel towards regional authorities. Personally, and actually this is a view shared by the leaders of all 4 councils, we're not enthusiastic about the prospect of a strategic mayor. We think we would work together better without. Nevertheless, this is what the current government has mandated. So I would recommend it with reluctant enthusiasm. And so would perhaps, I think on the question of the powers and the comparison of the powers, I'd hand over to the Chief Executive, who's probably got more in-depth knowledge than myself on that.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, in terms of the powers, I think South West Regional Assembly, like all the other regional assemblies, was a coming together of people to say, actually, what can we do in addition to what we're doing already? And there was much more of a consensual nature of actually what we want to choose, and there were some responsibilities given to the regional assemblies by government. The new strategic authorities will be an additional layer of local government. They will be effectively an authority in their own right. They will have their own powers, their own responsibilities and their own funding. So they will be a very different beast in that sense. I think there's a conversation to be had across government and obviously within the Wessex model about what the powers are directly and what that consensus building is. But they will be very different. They are about empowering the mayors directly to take the responsibility that government are giving them from the government perspective
And obviously we as councils will be coming together and helping form that authority to make sure that we've got the appropriate local controls and influence and interests at heart as well. So some similarities to the regional assembly, but the powers that are being devolved to the mayor and strategic authority, not to all of us, and then passported back into the middle.
Bob Filmer.
Thank you, Chair. It was really just an issue relating to scrutiny, which the leaders already touched on. When this came to us previously, obviously we were working to a very tight timescale at that point, so we didn't have the full ability on corporate and resources to get into the weeds of this. And bearing in mind, when the government ever offers anything, it's good practice to make sure you read the small print. So would very much welcome the leaders' commitment to sending this back to scrutiny so that it can be looked at. We had looked at one of the things in particular that members had concerns about was we're being assured by government this is all about devolution, but there did seem to be one or two things that might be sucking up things from Somerset in terms of SIL, in terms of planning, and there are various other issues in there. So would just very much welcome that commitment to bringing it back to scrutiny so we can get into the weeds of this before we're signing up to anything.
Yes, thank you very much for your question, Councillor Filmer. You're absolutely right. I think on more than one occasion, the phrase "the devil is in the detail" was used, and we have no details. So part of going forwards for the priority programme, and we were given, I think, from the 14th of December to the 10th of January to be able to respond to the government's invitation to do that, which is an interesting way of working with local councils as partners, giving us a rush deadline over Christmas, and we managed to get it through so that the scrutiny could comment on it. But I do fully appreciate that it will need a more thorough airing once we can put some more flesh on the bones. So happy to give that complete commitment that we will have a good airing at scrutiny at some point.
Andy Dingwall.
Thanks very much. I just want to develop on that question one further point. Will it come through scrutiny prior to further requests to government? So we'll get to review the whole proposal before the letters are written, as it were. Second question is, given that it was turned down from the first wave, I understand there's multiple waves. Do you still feel that this is a robust devolution proposal, or is there additional work to do to make it more attractive to government next time round? And finally, what steps were taken to explore other options, WECA and so on, or reframing of current devolution arrangements? And if these were allowed, what were the top 3 reasons for choosing the Wessex route?
Thank you. So you 3 questions in that, and I'm close to forgetting the first one, which was, will this come to scrutiny before the government ask for any more expressions of interest?
Before we
not knowing any more about the government's timetables than anybody else does, and with the track record of the government of throwing surprises at us, I would expect it's incredibly unlikely. But I wouldn't rule it out. But we would make strenuous efforts to get it to scrutiny. But if Angela Rayner gives me a call tomorrow and asks for something by midnight, it will put us in an incredibly difficult position, as I'm sure you will appreciate. You asked about what other areas that we explored. So there was an informal conversation that we held at a LGA conference between myself and I've met with all the leaders of the other authorities to explore what was the art of the possible. It was made very clear from the leader of Devon County Council that they were not interested in pursuing any arrangement with ourselves, but they wished us well. In terms of North Somerset, they said that we would be their backup if they couldn't join WECA. I think is the best description of their position. It was explained to me in some detail the problems that they had with joining WECA and the difficult relationships within WECA, and going back to the previous debate about where authorities have intervention from government. WECA does currently have intervention from government, as I'm sure you're aware. The conversation with Baines, I think they were quite close to saying if we could leave Wecker and join you, we would do it in a heartbeat. And the conversation with Wiltshire and Dorset, you're fully aware of. What are my three top reasons for coming to the conclusion that the only way is Wessex? I think we have. But first of all, I do think we've got a lot of similarities in terms of our economic geography, that we've got quite similar economies, and in terms of our market towns, in terms of our ambitions around green energy, our ambitions around the skills agenda, and the importance of the defence sector to our locality. So off the top of my head, with no notice of the question, those would be my three takeaways from that. That all did I managed to answer all your questions? Excellent.
Lucy Trimnall.
Thank you, Chair. So when this came to corporate and resources scrutiny a couple of months ago, we weren't able to scrutinise these papers as fully as we wanted to due to time constraints. Having reread these papers here, I still have questions, but I feel they'd be more appropriate in a scrutiny setting. Therefore, I fully support Councillor Filmer's request to have this returned to scrutiny as soon as possible to enable us to debate it fully and without the additional discussion which centred around how potentially fast we needed to move on this, which raised different questions than those I think that we would ask now. So I support the call to bring this back to scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm never sure whether we're going too fast or too slow for the opposition, but happy to take this to scrutiny at the convenience of the chair.
Val Keach.
Thank you. I have a question. The chief executive mentioned that the funding, well, he didn't actually say where the funding would come from. I'm just interested to know, is this going to be another drain on our council taxpayers?
We don't have that clarity at this point in time, it's fair to say. A number of the existing mayoral authorities do raise precepts directly. So I suspect that will be a conversation, but the majority of the funding for the strategic authorities would be in terms of large scale infrastructure type funding, which would be grant from government. But we can't give you that detail, I'm afraid, in a huge amount of detail, more than the fact that likely it'll be a combination of the two.
Theo.
I hate to correct my leader in public, and I apologise to him in advance for it. I'm afraid that I just wanted to correct the record on behalf of our neighbours in Wecker, who had the news that they were being taken out as special measures today.
Well, that more counts as a news flash rather than a correction, but thank you very much for the update.
Right, I have no further hands. The motion has been put forward and seconded. So can I have a show of hands, all those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? One. Yes, just one. Okay, that's carried. Moving on to item 10, which is the Somerset Council redundancies requiring full council approval, and hand over to the Chief Exec.
Can colleagues work out turning any more lights on for people, or maybe opening some blinds?
Open the blinds.
Can I just clarify whether there'll be an extra cost to the authority on this?
So in terms of the paper, Chair, thank you for that. I'm not actually going to add anything to the paper. Sadly, Council has seen papers exactly in this format already this year on a couple of occasions. Which is obviously a consequence of the processes we've been going through in terms of voluntary redundancy and compulsory redundancy. So I wasn't going to add anything further, but very happy to take any questions.
Theo, I think you were going to propose the recommendation.
Yes, I am willing to propose these, obviously with deep regret, and reserve my right to speak should it be necessary for me to do so.
I know Faye has left, but Bill, I think you want to.
Yeah, I'll step in second as Faye's left, if that's okay. Yeah, I'll second and similarly reserve my right.
Okay, are there any questions? At the back, but I can't see whose hand it belongs to.
Norman Gavel. Yeah,
interested with the redundancies. They were, I believe, supposed to be enforced by the 1st of April. So with the timescale that's available to us, how much transfer of information has already occurred from the individuals that are leaving? How robust is it? And for that matter, will there be a short period of handover with other individuals that we're taking on? Because it would be a great shame to lose not just their expertise, but also all the information and history that they have obtained in their time service here.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So this is something we've been talking about, and I know a number of members around the room have raised this over the past probably 6-7 months. We do have a knowledge transfer tool which we deployed several months ago now, which is not in any way perfect, but what it does do is give colleagues the opportunity to actually make sure they've got the information which is course their job down. They've had several months to think about that, adding to effectively a handover pack for whoever's taken the job on afterwards. Obviously, in a couple of cases, these posts are not being replaced. In all these cases, the posts are not being replaced directly because they're redundancies. So there might not be a direct handover, but in some of these cases, obviously, other people will be taking on some aspects of the role. That knowledge transfer tool for every post, we've been pushing that through the system. So we should have decent data. It's clearly not going to be as good as actually having the individual to hand. But it does give us some level of comfort that we've got that. And in terms of the 1st of April date, that is the target. We will have a majority of people hopefully dealt with by that point and know their destination, and that will be enacted. But obviously with some of the things we agreed during the consultation in terms of extending the deadline, a couple of people will be post the 1st of April. So we'll still have the benefit of their knowledge for a little while longer.
Andy Dingwall.
Thank you again, Chair. These ones I think are directed also at Mr. Sharkey. Thank you. So there's a 3-year payback period against the cost of these redundancies. What assurances are in place for us that these roles won't be reinstated at essentially an additional cost to taxpayers before the end of that payback period? And under what, if any, circumstances would that be acceptable to bring a role back in? The second question is about 2.2. If all the savings are due for the full year 25-26, why do you see a need to have flexibility around when these redundancies are going to take effect? Are we expecting delays into the following financial year? And if so, is that impact measured in the budget? What is the risk?
So in terms of the first one, obviously, at this point in time, we don't expect to have to reappoint any of those roles. In future, there may be further restructures, further work done, which change the structures again. There may be some roles that looks like the roles we've got. We've had a couple of issues recently where people said we've just reinstated that role, but actually they're very different jobs that have come back. But I can never say never. What we shouldn't ever be doing is reinstating a role directly in terms of putting that capacity back in. But we have to admit, we've gone through a massive exercise. If there's been a change and we got it wrong, we may need to change something. And I wouldn't want us to be so dogmatically protecting a decision we made yesterday to the detriment of the public in the future. So there's no reason we think any of these posts should need to be reinstated in the future. We have done a lot of due diligence with the teams themselves, with the individuals, and the majority of people who are leaving, I think it's fair to say, are on voluntary redundancy. One of the questions we asked them was, is your post necessary? If not, which aspects need to be kept going, and make sure we build that into the structure. In terms of the second question, there has been a bit of slippage because we changed timeline as part of a consultation response with trades unions colleagues. So there is a need for flexibility, but there's also an issue about the date of the decision for this meeting, which of course has moved back. As we've been discussing for a while now in different ways. And we've also had issues about notice periods. We can make assumptions about notice periods overall, but obviously when you get down to individuals, it's that actual notice period that kicks in. So there will be a little bit of flexibility around the dates that people are going, which is why we need it. We have built in some budget cover in the risk reserve that was talked about. I'm sure I might have got the title of that wrong just saying that. But we have built in a little bit of cover within the budget set to enable us just to manage that end of year transition.
Fine, I can't see any further hands. It's only now to go back to Bill or Theo if they need to add anything before we move to the vote. Okay, okay, and that means it's been proposed and seconded. Can a show of hands, all those in favour? Anyone against? Any abstentions? Yeah, it's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 11, which is members' scheme of allowances, and back to the leader.
Thank you very much. So we've got before us the recommendations from the independent remuneration panel. I understand that the chair of the panel can't be with us today, but I believe we may have another member of the panel online. Is that correct? Yep, so Mr. Wooldridge is nodding in the affirmative. So just to formally propose the scheme of allowances, members will have noticed there's a couple of amendments with some extra roles acknowledged within this, but it very much follows the pattern of previous years with a percentage increase that's added in relation to the average increase for the pay of members of staff. So happy to formally propose, and I believe opposition is seconding.
Yeah, Mandy.
Thank you. Very happy to second. I'd like to thank the panel for their work. I think it's absolutely right and proper that this is done independently. I think it's a robust process, and I very much welcome the paper.
Any questions? If not, I would like to give the opportunity of the person online if they wish to add anything before we move to the vote.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. And Alan, you wish to say something?
Thank you, Chair. Just for the purposes of the minutes, as you all know, members, you all signed a dispensation to allow you to take part in that vote. So for the purposes of the minutes, I just wanted to make sure that's recorded. A decision has been signed by me as monitoring officer, allowing you all to take part in the vote on this particular item. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the recommendation has been put on page 733 of the agenda. Can I see a show of hands? All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Yeah, 1, 2, 3 abstentions. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Item 12, summary of key decisions taken since the last council meeting. Back to you, Bill.
Just to formally table this is a report to note.
Okay, are there any questions for the leader? Looking around the room, no. Okay, so we've noted. Item 13, which is questions to councillors, the executive. There were 4 written questions, which I would take. So Diego, if you'd like to do the first one, and then we'll move down the list.
Thanks, Chair. So my first one is around enforcement. This has come about mainly because of ongoing enforcement issues in my division. So what we're wanting to know is to understand the situation better, as how many enforcement cases there are in the backlog or in the system in Area North, and how many cases have we had in the last 6 months, and also how many people are actually working on enforcement as well, the full-time equivalent number of staff, and how long is it anticipated to get through that backlog with the staff we have. And I refer specifically to a particular case in River Lane in Dunware in Bridgeport Without Parish Council, where enforcement was contacted in October. And I was grateful. The enforcement was contacted by the Parish Council, no response. I made contact, no response. And then when I raised it with the leader of council, I was very pleased that he did help with escalating that. So thank you to him. I think maybe that's what everyone else should do. Sorry, Bill, everyone, you might get lots of emails come through now. But I was very grateful, but it has stalled and enforcement issues remain in the parish. And I think most of us councillors will understand the frustration that our parish councils feel when that goes ahead. So there's some questions around that, please. It's all written before you. Thank you.
Mike Rigby.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your questions, Councillor Rodriguez. Questions 1A and 1B first. There's currently 0.8 of a full-time equivalent, with an additional 1 full-time equivalent starting a phased return from long-term sick leave. The current number of cases on hand, which does not include general inquiries, is 183. The time to clear them will be case dependent in terms of the complexity of the issues and the compliance of the individuals in breach of planning control. In terms of the specific case that you raise at Dunware, Site visits have been undertaken to this site on 2 different occasions by enforcement officers over the Christmas period. The developer confirmed that they would be submitting a planning application and had a planning agent engaged. In accordance with the council's enforcement procedure, we will look to negotiate to resolve impacts at the first point, and submission of an application could aim to mitigate or address the planning harm as a result of the development. At the conclusion of any application process, if the development is unacceptable, a notice can then be served and the applicant has the right to appeal. All of these steps are required for the site to demonstrate that any action the council takes is proportionate to the harm and cannot be overcome through other means.
Okay, thank you. Diego, would you like to do? Oh, sorry, Bill, you want to come in?
Yeah, I've been named. There we go. I'm just flattered that I've gone from not being an adequate leader for this council to being the go-to person in this council in a matter of moments. And I congratulate the opposition on their dramatic U-turn.
Diego.
Question 2, Mr. Chairman, is that this has come about because we'll know in the news recently there was talk about a government member of staff working from Finland or whatever it was, and I had quite a few of my residents asking, does Somerset Council have any member of staffs working remotely and abroad? And so this is the reason for me bringing this question forward. So are there currently any Somerset Council employees working remotely from outside the UK? If so, how many, in which departments, and what is the council's policy on staff working from abroad?
Theo.
Thank you very much for the question. Starting with the last bit, we do not have a specific policy currently on staff working overseas. However, Somerset Council provides robust guidance and procedural advice from an information governance, information security and cyber security point of view regarding access to the network from abroad or taking devices abroad. Any attempt to log into Somerset Council network from overseas is blocked unless appropriate authorization is granted in advance of travel. Approval is only granted in exceptional circumstances. So going back to the original question, the first question, yes, we do have a very small number of staff who are currently based overseas in hard to recruit roles. That number is 5. You've asked for the departments which they work in. So we have 2 people working in the legal department as lawyers, 1 person working in the highways department as an engineer, and 2 people working in adult social care.
Thank you. Right, Sue, would you like to do the first one of yours?
Thank you. Get this a bit nearer in case the microphone decides to die as well as the laptop. I put in a couple of questions, one about assets and the other one is probably more generalised in terms of planning and budgeting. Question 3, within the section 151 officers report, the written section 25 report to this council, she included as Appendix A1, which was the exceptional financial support in principle agreement for a capitalisation directive. Within this letter, there is a paragraph that reads as follows. If you're considering financing capitalisation support through capital receipts, I want to make clear at this stage, the Secretary of State that is, I want to make clear at this stage that it is my expectation that Council should avoid the disposal of community heritage assets where possible to protect the public ownership of locally significant sites to ensure residents can continue to benefit from them. The August 2024 exec meeting agreed to dispose of 22 assets, of which 2, the Market House in Taunton, Grade 2 listed, and the Cornhill Complex Bridgewater, Grade 1 listed, were included for disposal. Will these assets, if not already done so, now be withdrawn from the for sale list? How many Grade 1, Grade 2 star and Grade 2 heritage assets does the Council own? In addition, how many non-designated heritage assets
does the council own? And there's quite a few of these in Bridgewater, by the way. And I think there's something like a grand total generally of 78, not all owned by us, by the way. What is the likely financial impact of this condition on your ability to finance the capitalisation directive from non-operational asset sales, and how will you mitigate it? What changes will you now be making to your assets disposal policy to comply with this part of the proposed capitalisation directive? Thank you.
Mike Rigby.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Osborne. We're currently considering the implications of the reference to community heritage assets contained in the letter from the Secretary of State. There wasn't really much guidance in there. I think it was all of a whole sentence, and that was about it. We don't believe this refers only to land and buildings, but also to artefacts, artwork and other assets, none of which the council is planning to sell. But I'm happy to expand on this once we have received further clarification from MHCLG about exactly what they meant by that one sentence.
Thank you, Mike. Sue, would you like to put your second question?
And my final question, question 4, the budget assurance statement, community place and economy, and that was table 1 in the community place and economy chart. Planning in 24-25, the planning service had a base budget of £5,402,000. Despite a growth bid of £1,990,000, it's also expected to save at the same time £2,501,000, leading to a proposed total budget for 25-26 of £5,108,000. This means a reduction in the planning budget of £384,000. What assurance can you give to members already concerned about the performance of this service, particularly around enforcement, that it can continue to discharge its planning function effectively, especially if the government removes the allowance of extension of time to the targets for time taken to process the different categories of planning applications? The target for producing a local plan is April 2028, yet it is being forecasted that this won't be ready till April 2029, so running behind. So how is the local plan going to get back on track when the growth figure of 0.771 million, and that's in table 2, in that section, that has been allocated for this work is cancelled out by the amount of savings that has to be made?
Mike Rigby.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again for the second question, Councillor Osborne. The planning budget changes referenced in the assurance statement give a clear intent to support the planning service with the ongoing permanent resources needed. The workforce restructure initially sought to reduce enforcement officer roles, as this is a non-statutory service. However, following consultation, a growth bid has been submitted, and some of us have just voted for it, that reinstates the 2 roles that would otherwise have been deleted. The local plan budget referenced in the assurance statement is an additional amount to be combined with the current budget for 25-26. Collectively, this is sufficient funding to meet with the local plan business case the service has put forward. This will not necessarily get us back on track, but it will deliver for Somerset Council the local plans that we're required to deliver. I cannot give you an assurance based on future changes that government might make should the extension of time option be removed. We will look at resources, at workload and resource impacts. And I'm also very pleased to confirm that enough of us just now voted for the budget that gives us 9 additional planning officers. Thank you.
Right. At 5:32, I wish to close the meeting, and all I've got to say is thank you all for coming and have a safe journey home.